I would like to inform those present that this meeting is being webcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. I would ask that members stand when speaking in accordance with council procedure rules, as this makes it easy to be heard. Can I remind everyone that the use of mobile communication devices in the chamber is allowed as long as they remain in silent mode. Anyone present is able to film, photograph or take sound recordings of today's meeting, provided it is done in a way that does not interfere with the proceedings and that flash photography is not used. Councillors must be able to speak and make themselves heard on behalf of those they represent. I will not permit behaviour that disrupts the business of the council, and I will adjourn and request the removal of any attendee who interrupts the proceedings or acts in a way that impacts the proper and orderly conduct of the meeting. I ask that all attendees respect these arrangements to ensure that council meetings proceed safely, efficiently and in public for the benefit of everyone participating. I would also like once again to request that all councillors are respectful of each other today and that there is no shouting out or interrupting. When a member is speaking, no other councillor should speak, jeer or comment. Personal comments should not be made. Any points of order must relate to an alleged breach of a specific legal rule or council procedure rule. All contributions to the meeting should be directed to me as the chair of the meeting. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest by councillors in the matters appearing on the agenda? No, thank you. I move that the minutes of the previous council meeting are set out in the agenda, are approved as a correct record of the proceedings. Does council agree? Councillor Meadows.
Madam Mayor, in addendum 4, which I only received 10 minutes ago, under 46B.3, on page 53, it says that Councillor Lyons and Councillor Goldsmith spoke on the matter. Actually, it's Councillor Lyons and Councillor Meadows. I've been missed off.
Noted. Thank you very much, Councillor Meadows. Going back to that, does the council agree on the meetings, on the minutes in the meeting? Yeah, thank you. So, good afternoon, councillors, colleagues and residents. It is a pleasure to be with you all here today, our last meeting of 2025. The past couple of months have been a whirlwind and I can hardly believe we've reached the end of the year. Before we move on to today's agenda, I would like to take this moment to announce 2 significant accolades that highlight Brighton and Hove City Council's commitment to fairness and excellence. Firstly, we have been granted the Sutton Trust Fair School Admissions Award at Gold level. This prestigious award recognises organisations that have made substantial changes to their schools' admission policies, ensuring fair access for all pupils regardless of socio-economic backgrounds. I would like to call Councillor Taylor to come forward to receive the certificates. Councillor Taylor. Our planning team has also been recognised for the speed and quality of its decision making. Each year, planning authorities across the UK are ranked by the Planning Resource, the sector's leading publication. In the latest rankings published last month, Brighton and Hove City Council achieved a gold standard classification, a remarkable improvement from bronze in 2024. At the beginning of November, I had the privilege of joining our local cadet forces and the Royal British Legion Poppy Appeal team as we raised funds at Brighton and Hove Albion's home match at the Amex. Thanks to the cadets' dedication and persistence and the generosity of supporters and fellow councillors who joined me there, we raised over £8,000. I was honoured to stand on the pitch with the players as the entire stadium observed a 2-minute silence to remember our heroes. The poppy display from fans on the North Terrace was so moving, it brought me to tears. And to round off an already unforgettable afternoon, the Seagulls even secured a win. I am pleased to confirm that the current total raised in our city for the Poppy Appeal stands at £52,000 and the counting is still ongoing. A huge thank you goes to Andy Brown, the South East Poppy Appeals Manager for East Sussex, and to all the volunteers for their incredible hard work and dedication. In the days that followed, I attended several services and ceremonies marking Remembrance. These included the Brighton Parade and services on Remembrance Sunday, the Civic Memorial Service at All Saints, and services hosted by the Association for Jewish Ex-Servicemen and Women at the Brighton and Hove Hebrew Congregation and the Sussex Masons. I also joined the Lord Lieutenant at a regimental dinner hosted by the University Hospital's Sussex Armed Forces Network, which helped raise vital funds for the Shavas Clinic at the Royal Sussex County Hospital. This helped support serving personnel and veterans. I'm incredibly proud of our city and the thoughtful, heartfelt tributes it led to honour our armed forces. To have attended these services as Mayor was a true honour. And I want to extend my sincere thanks to the Remembrance Committee, faith leaders, local partners, community organisations and Sussex Police for ensuring these events ran smoothly and for helping bring our city together to honour the fallen. I had the pleasure of co-hosting the launch of Brighton and Hove Santa Bus Appeal at Brighton Town Hall. It was wonderful to welcome Santa and all the fantastic chosen charities, along with my own mayoral charities, into the council chamber. I even found myself joining Santa, his elves and the charities in a conga around the chamber, which I'm fairly sure was a historic first. In early December, along with my consort, Father David and the Civic Office team and my charities, we had the pleasure of hopping aboard the Santa Bus. Together we danced, cheered, waved and walked through the city, raising vital funds along the way. One of my forever highlights, I'm just adding this here, is Father David going Feliz Navidad across the top of the bus. It will be forever in my head. It was a joy to see the excitement of the children's faces and on plenty of adults too, as they spotted the glowing bus, heard the music and caught sight of Santa. I was delighted to receive so many waves and cheers, many of whom thought it was because I was Mrs. Claus. I hope many of you will have the opportunity to see the Santa Bus as it continues its journey around the city until the 23rd of December, before Santa dashes back to the North Pole. My heartfelt thanks go to Brighton and Hove Buses for their generous support and for arranging such a wonderful initiative for our city. I've been out and about across the city recently, from visiting Pelican Parcel's Open Warehouse Day to handing out awards at the Hangleton and Knoll Project Community Awards. I stood in solidarity with our trans community on the Trans Day of Remembrance, hosted the Martha Gunn Trust in the Mayor's Parlour and attended the White Ribbon Day event at Jubilee Library. And in a personal highlight, I'm now practically best friends with Nigella Lawson, after meeting her at the opening of Team Dominica's wonderful new pub, the North Star. I also had the honour of speaking at the Brighton and Hove Words AIDS Day Vigil at Newstein Gardens, where I read the names of those lost to this devastating disease, and I joined my dear friends at Lunch Positive for their World AIDS Day community lunch. The end of the year festivities have been a joy, and I switched on the Shelter Hall Christmas lights. I watched Coombe Road Primary School's brilliant end of year play, wrapped Christmas gifts with the team at Together Co, attended events and Advents and Christmas concerts, and I even served as a judge at the Drag Christmas Snowball at the Dome. It was very exciting. There are still several engagements to come before Christmas, including the 9 lessons and carols at All Saints, the opening night of Jack and the Beanstalk, and the Love and Light service at St George's, a deeply moving candlelit service for the babies and children who have lost their lives at the Royal Sussex County Hospital. And I know this time of year can be difficult, whether you're missing loved ones or simply carrying more than usual. I hope you're able to find moments of rest, connections of joyful chaos with the people who matter the most. Whatever this year has looked like for you, even if surviving it was the achievement, that is enough. Wishing you all happy Hanukkah, a joyful Christmas or winter festival, and a happy, healthy New Year. Thank you. I will now move to the appointment of the Deputy Mayor, and I would like to call on Councillor Sankey to nominate the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Sankey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'm pleased to nominate Councillor Teresa Fowler as Deputy Mayor. Teresa has lived in Brighton all her life and proudly raised her 4 children here. Before entering public service, she ran a local craft shop, becoming a well-known and valued part of the community that she loves. Teresa is strong and courageous and independent. She doesn't follow anyone else's path, but forges a path of her own. She was first elected as a Labour councillor for Hollingdean and Stanmer in 2019 and was re-elected in 2023 to represent the newly formed Hollingdean and Five Ways ward. She continues to bring dedication, experience and deep commitment to serving her local residents. As a councillor, Teresa has been a strong advocate for protecting Brighton and Hove's environment and cherished green spaces. She has championed recycling, reducing plastic waste, and led community clean-up initiatives across her ward and beyond. Teresa is also deeply committed to sea creatures and has championed them in her work. One of her notable achievements was successfully campaigning for the ban on sky lanterns and balloon releases on public land, which is now enshrined in the Council's public space protection orders to safeguard our local wildlife. Teresa loves humans, but she maybe loves animals a little more. She is fair-minded and sensitive to others' feelings and situations. Teresa's work within her ward is focused on housing, road safety, environmental protection, and support for children and young families in particular. She has continually demonstrated her strong commitment to the diverse needs of her local residents. And as former chair of the Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee, she's been a committed advocate for healthier lifestyles and well-being, as well as holding our NHS bodies accountable for health in the city. I know that these are all causes that she will continue to champion throughout her tenure. Madam Mayor, Teresa is Brighton to her very core. She has so much deep experience of this city in all its diversity. She is thoughtful, caring and passionate about the causes close to her heart. I know she will make an outstanding first citizen for Brighton and Hove.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey. Councillor Thompson? Oh.
Thank you, Chair.
One second, Councillor Thompson. Councillor West, is it a point of order?
I think you've got to seconder first. I'm going to put my hand up. You're going to take a seconder first?
Yes, yes.
And then, yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Thompson to second.
Thank you, Chair. I am reading the speech on behalf of Councillor O'Quinn, who is unwell and unable to join us. So this is Councillor O'Quinn's words about Councillor Fowler. I have great pleasure in supporting the proposal for Councillor Teresa Fowler to be Deputy Mayor of Brighton and Hove until May 2026. I've known Teresa for nearly 7 years now and have seen firsthand what an amazing local councillor she is and how deeply appreciated she is by her local community and further afield. Teresa has worked tirelessly on community matters in her ward and actively campaigned on many issues such as an improved playground, maintaining trees in her ward and housing improvements. The natural environment and wildlife are lifelong passions of Teresa's, and she has been thrilled and honoured to work on committees such as the South Downs National Park Authority, the Southern Regional Flood and Coastal Committees, and the Sussex Inshore Fisheries and Conservation Authority. I remember how excited Teresa was when a pod of dolphins was spotted in the waters off Brighton Beach around 18 months ago. It was a result of the protection of our seafloor from aggressive fishing practices, which had seen the dolphins disappear from that area of our coastline. Teresa was literally punching the air with joy at the announcement. Teresa has also been a constant support as a trustee for the Brighton and Hove Estate Conservation Trust, which mainly deals with Stanmer Village, and she is keen that we focus on the heritage of the village and Stanmer Park. Teresa is so committed and enthusiastic, she inspires those around her to work that bit harder to achieve the best possible outcomes for the city and its residents. As a member of the Downland Estate Panel, she is heavily involved in the development of the City Downland Estate Plan and the ecological and sustainable improvement of the Downs. She takes great pleasure in her involvement in environmental matters and is always keen to communicate whatever progress has been made. Teresa is a very warm-hearted and approachable person, and this is what has made her an excellent councillor. It is also what will make her an excellent Deputy Mayor and eventually Mayor of Brighton and Hove. Teresa has the ability to talk to everyone, no matter who they are, and she will certainly be talking to a lot of people while she is Deputy Mayor and then Mayor. Her warmth and kindness will shine through, and I'm sure she will do a lot to advance the causes she cares so deeply about, and thus give added value to the city that she loves so much. Teresa will attend many events, and I can hear it now when she is offered cakes and nibbles. Is it vegan? So caterers need to be prepared. Just to add that she is to be much admired for her commitment to her beliefs. I wish her all the best, and I know how excited she is about this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. On behalf of Councillor O'Quinn, are there any other nominations? Councillor West, is it a nomination?
Well,
Is it a nomination, Councillor West?
I'd like to offer...
Is it a nomination, Councillor West?
Madam Mayor, with your indulgence,
No, Councillor West, we're only taking
we
nominations.
feel the need to
Thank you.
abstain, and it would...
Councillor West, can you sit down, please? So, are we taking any more nominations? Okay. So, I move that Councillor Fowler be appointed as Deputy Mayor for Brighton and Hove for the rest of the municipal year 2025 to 26. Does Council agree? I declare Councillor Fowler Deputy Mayor of Brighton and Hove.
Madam Mayor, we wish to vote on this.
Yeah, that's fine, absolutely fine. We'll move to Anthony to take a vote. Is that okay? No. Okay, so all of those in favour for Councillor Fowler to be Deputy Mayor, thank you. All of those against? Any abstentions?
I wish to explain why.
Okay, thank you very much. So the vote has carried. Can I now ask I declare Councillor Fowler Deputy Mayor of Brighton and Hove. Can I now ask Councillor Fowler to come forward to be robed and presented with the Deputy Mayor's badge? Thank you.
We need to sign it, and then I need to sign it.
I've got to read that first.
I, Councillor Teresa Fowler, having been elected to the office of Deputy Mayor of Brighton and Hove, declare that I take that office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability.
Thank you. Congratulations on being the new Deputy Mayor of Brighton and Hove. Councillor Sankey, do you or any Cabinet colleagues wish to make any announcements? You have up to 10 minutes in total. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and a very warm welcome to this meeting of Brighton and Hove City Council, our last in 2025, to everybody attending. A particular welcome not only to our councillors, to officers supporting tonight's business, but to residents and partners that are joining us in person in Hove Town Hall and also online. As we gather in this festive season of December, the Council extends heartfelt wishes to all those celebrating Christmas, Hanukkah and other festivals of light and renewal, as well as those of no faith who cherish this time of goodwill, reflection and community togetherness. Hanukkah, which always falls in the winter months, is a Jewish celebration of cultural survival and spiritual resilience, marking the triumph of light over darkness, the importance of religious freedom and the power of faith in challenging times. In light of this week's anti-Semitic terrorist attack against Jews celebrating Hanukkah in Australia, I want to extend this Council's heartfelt sympathies to everyone affected, which includes our Jewish community here in the city, which has close links to the community that was targeted in Australia. Rabbi Zalman Lewis's cousin was killed, leaving a young family behind. This chamber exists to serve the people of Brighton and Hove, and today's agenda, from petitions through to written responses to residents' questions and notices of motion, is part of that responsibility to scrutinise, for us to listen and to decide openly on the issues that matter to our communities. In that spirit of light over darkness, hope over fear and unity over division, this Council begins its business this afternoon. Since we met in October, we've continued to move forward as an administration, making progress across the city. The multi-use games area in Hangleton has been refurbished and is looking fantastic. Also, the games area at Salt Dean is refurbed, investing in facilities that our residents need to stay healthy and play sports. We've rolled out real-time bin collection tracking, all part of our ambitious modernisation of the service. And most recently, food waste collections are being rolled out across the west of the city. Our plans for a new swimming pool in Wisdean have received planning permission, the first new swimming pool in the city for 40 years, while our draft budget would protect our offer of free swimming for under 18s in our council-run swimming pools. We've received 2 gold awards already mentioned this afternoon, first from the Sutton Trust for our package of school reforms earlier this year, meaning that our secondary school admissions policy is now one of the most progressive in the country, putting Brighton and Labour's values into action, and our council's planning team, which has jumped, as you've highlighted, Madam Mayor, from bronze to gold rating in 1 year, by Planning Resource, the sector's leading publication, highlighting the speed and quality of its decision-making. We've participated in the 16 days of activism, highlighting the council services and third-party organisations available to support women and girls facing domestic abuse. We've commemorated World AIDS Day and renewed our achievable commitment to end all new transmissions in the city by 2030. And we've commemorated Trans Day of Remembrance, remembering trans lives lost to violence. We have formed part of the government's official bid for the Women's World Cup in 2035. We've launched the Better Brighton and Hove Fund, a new ring-fence fund to invest in local communities, and we've put residents in the driving seat for deciding how the over £700,000 should be spent. We've recently just extended the deadline for that fund to the 1st of January, so please keep sending in your suggestions, everybody. We've also approved a new city transport plan, a new high-quality active travel scheme for the A259 Coast Road from 4th Avenue to the Lagoon, and we've launched a new campaign on the harm caused by particle pollution from wood burners, much to Councillor Lyons' upset. We've also launched a new consultation on community safety, and I would encourage everybody to look at that and to respond. And we've launched a new homelessness strategy, which speaks to our Labour government's new homelessness strategy, with a particular focus on children, young people and prevention. I'm really proud to announce that we've also started operating women's-only emergency and temporary accommodation in response to feedback about the lack of safety that some women experience who've been housed by us due to their experiencing homelessness. I think this is a really important intervention, and I'm very glad that we've been able to do that this year. We are taking bold action to fix the housing crisis, using our asset base to raise money needed to directly purchase our own temporary accommodation and accelerating house building. Last month, we approved hundreds of new council and affordable homes for Sackville Road. And as well as building new council homes, we're making continual progress on our action plan following the Regulator of Social Housing report last year. The administration has continued work on a robust financial strategy in the face of intense pressures created by years of chronic underfunding of local government. And although our Labour government now gives us real terms increases in funding each year, in contrast to the austerity years, the Tory government left us a ticking time bomb, which means our services continue to be stretched like never before. This was evidenced by our CQC inspection report published earlier this month, where finances have constrained our service delivery, but we are pushing ahead, implementing again there an action plan to improve outcomes. Against this backdrop, we have published our draft budget and made difficult decisions regarding library sustainability. I'm pleased that we've been able to maintain library provision in Rottingdean for 1 year ahead with a view to working towards a community model over the longer term. And our decision to close the library service offered in the Old Boat Community Centre and to close Westdean Library were difficult ones, taken on the basis of comparing usage, community need and the geographic spread of our libraries across the city. Even after these decisions, we will maintain greater library provision than the national average and our neighbours in East and West Sussex. And I hope that the potential mitigations we've been discussing with the communities affected will bear fruit so that we can maintain access to books for school children at Westdean School and potentially look at a community model for that provision through the Better Brighton and Hove Fund, which I've already mentioned this evening. Alongside this, the Council has been working hard on proposals for wider devolution and local government reorganisation. Our proposal on local government reorganisation, which would see us merge with Falmer, East Saltdean, Peacehaven and Telscombe Cliffs, is one of the proposals being consulted on by governments as part of a statutory consultation for local government reorganisation across Sussex. The deadline for responses is the 11th of January. And since we met last October, the government has also now confirmed a £38 million investment fund for Sussex and Brighton, with a portion of that fund to be turned on next year when we establish a mayoral combined authority in May. Because while the mayoral elections may have been delayed, we, together with partners in East and West Sussex, are still on track to set up this regional body and start taking decisions and investing in our communities on behalf of residents. Last week, Brighton was selected as one of only 8 local authorities to pilot the Labour government's Young Futures Hubs initiative, a cornerstone of the National Youth Strategy, creating youth-led spaces for 10 to 18-year-olds and for those up to 25 with special educational needs. This is all intended to boost opportunities, improve mental health and well-being, and to reduce crime. As an early adopter, the city will co-design this work with young people and partners, shaping national delivery to fit local needs. With that news, now let's turn to our agenda today. Council will debate a series of important notices of motion, petitions and deputations that capture the energy, the priorities and the democratic vitality of our city, offering fresh opportunities to build on progress and tackle shared challenges together. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you. I've been notified of 2 ordinary petitions to be presented today. However, I've just been notified that the second petition will be deferred as the petitioner is unable to attend. The petitioners will have up to 3 minutes in which to outline the reasons for the petition and to confirm the number of signatories. The petition will then be responded to by the relevant councillor member. I would like to invite Robert Brown, who I believe is online, to present the petition. Robert, you have up to 3 minutes to address the meeting.
Good evening, everyone. I won't read the petition out to everyone, but I also sent an email to Councillor Muth in advance to apologise for having to do this petition, because I feel there should be a better way to ask about issues to look at parking and road and other issues around that can be done rather than through petitions. The petition itself is about looking at the way in which parking is done along St George's Road in Kemp Town Ward, and basically the fact that a lot of the businesses and residents in the area are frustrated at some of the parking that's been going on, especially a lot of the street parking along St George's Road. Many businesses have signed the online change.org petition, including those from Kempton Village Collective, and they're keen to have a review of the parking to ensure something that benefits both residents and businesses. So literally, it's a case of, I did apologise for having to bring this petition in the first place, and I'm also asking if Councillor Mouton could look at other ways in which we can approach and put forward ideas rather than this particular way itself. So thank you.
Councillor Mouton, would you like to respond to the petition?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Robert, for bringing residents' petition for this meeting today. I thank you for your email and accept your apology. I'm more than happy to look at ways we can engage around these issues. Email's not a bad starting place. Contact your councillor. We can go via ward councillors, and I'm more than happy to meet with either yourself or with residents, ward councillors, and officers to resolve any matters. But members will be reassured to know that this matter has already been an active consideration. Officers and I, as Cabinet Member, have met Kemp Town ward councillors Wilkinson and Mackey to discuss parking pressures in the area, including concerns raised by residents, businesses and others. As you will appreciate, St George's Road is a key route through the area, and any changes to parking must carefully balance the needs of local businesses, residents, pedestrians, disabled access, emergency vehicles, and the need to maintain safe traffic flow. All councillors have formally requested a review into parking arrangements in the area, including short-stay parking provision, pavement parking issues, and relevant legislation and enforcement options available to council. Officers will consider options that best serve the community and will be informed by safety considerations, accessibility and traffic movements. Following review, we will add this to our next traffic regulation order, which will be advertised in spring. A TRO is required to change any restrictions such as this. Pavement parking is antisocial, can restrict access, especially for those with limited mobility, damages pavements, and we welcome the government's commitment to bring about legal changes to inhibit and make our community safer. For these reasons, whilst we welcome this petition, the administration is already progressing this and will ensure all councillors represent the community and remain closely involved, and the outcomes from the consultation to reflect the community's response. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mouton. Thank you, Councillor Mouton. I move the petition be noted. Does Council agree? Agree. And thank you very much, Robert, for attending. Thank you. I will now move to written questions received from members of the public as detailed in Addendum 1 for this meeting, which has been circulated. The time allocated for public questions is 30 minutes, and we have 13 questions today. I would urge councillors to be brief when responding to or ensure all public questions can be heard. I would like to welcome Councillor Alan Thompson on behalf of Jenny Gibson. Would you like to put the question, which is also published in the agenda, please, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of my resident Jenny Gibson, who would like to ask, for the majority of my 10 years living in Brighton, my street has only ever had one good cleaner. For some months now, we haven't had any cleaning done at all. The street reference is Windlesham Avenue, from the junction of Windlesham Gardens and Windlesham Road to the junction of Clifton Hill and Vernon Terrace. Why are we not getting the service that we pay for? My local councillor will confirm this complaint that I make on a regular basis. What action will be taken and when? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Wilkins, do you have a reply?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Thompson, for reading the question on behalf of the resident, Jenny Gibson. I'm sorry that they've experienced what they perceive to be a decline in service there in recent months. I'd like to reassure you, actually, that this area has always had coverage from street operatives, and the current operative is scheduled to be on that street every Thursday. That's Thursday every week. It's worth saying that during the autumn, obviously, our operatives have the additional and not insignificant burden of dealing with fallen leaves, often in very large quantities, and that inevitably impacts their capacity for other day-to-day tasks. We're continuing sort of across the service really to look at ways of improving the service in street cleansing, and I've asked the team in this case to do a deep dive into the work being completed on that particular road and in that general area with a view to having a greater visible impact. There's a report coming early next year in March to cover some of the improvements that we're planning for our street cleansing service as we continue to improve the whole of our environmental services, from waste collections to street cleansing. I also just want to take the opportunity to say a huge thank you to all of our staff in environmental services. I think the weather today illustrates their dedication in getting up very, very early in the morning to go out in some pretty horrific conditions to do the very important work of looking after our city. They're a credit to this council and they're a credit to us as a city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Okins. Councillor Thompson, do you have a supplementary? Thank you. I would like to welcome Michael Hutley to join the meeting. He believes he's here in person. Would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda, please, Michael? Thank you.
Excuse me. Madam Mayor, the Brighton and Hove County Council owns a plot of land in West Saltine behind Lew's Barn, designated as local green space in the West Saltine Development Plan. Several years ago, the Brighton and Hove County Council sold nearby land and the access track to a farmer. The Saltine Climate Action Network intends to enhance biodiversity on this plot, but the farmer will not permit volunteers to use the track for access. Please could Brighton and Hove County Council review the sales document to clarify whether ownership of the track was transferred or exclusive access rights were granted, as this has left the council and community unable to reach the land. Resolving this is essential, as the council currently lacks practical access to its own property. The community seeks access urgently to begin biodiversity improvements and ensuring ongoing management of this important green space.
Thank you, Michael. Councillor Taylor, would you like to reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Michael, for your question. Also, thank you to the Saltine Climate Action Network for their work in the area in the city. I know Saltine well, but I did have to consult officers on this specific bit of land, but they have looked into it following your question. So the council does own a plot of land behind Lewis Barn Close, as you say, but apparently has never owned and therefore did not sell the adjacent land on which there is an access track to the council's land. We do have access rights along that track to gain access to the plot of land that we do own. Obviously, the council is aware of the interest from the Climate Action Network to access the land that we do own to carry out potential works to enhance biodiversity, as you say. To do that, the council would need to grant the network a licence or similar permission for you to do this. That isn't yet in place, but I am supportive of that being explored as quickly as possible with you. The council would also presumably need to grant or transfer the access rights over to your group or negotiate it with the owner of the land. That also we're happy to explore and look forward to doing so. So thank you again, and should we meet in the new year to discuss?
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Michael, would you have a supplementary question?
The only thing we put is that we understand that there are legal provisions. Should it be the case that there are no existing access rights, such as easements and access orders under the Access to Neighbourhood Land Act, 1992.
Councillor Taylor, do you need to reply?
Thank you, that's helpful. We'll certainly look at that, and that's what we can discuss with the States officers and legal in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Thank you very much, Michael, for your question. Thank you. I would like to welcome Laura King, who believes here in person, to join the meeting. Hello, Laura. Would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Leader Sankey, it's now been around 18 months since Brighton and Hove City Council decided to replace its committee form of governance with a cabinet form of governance in May 2024. Has the promised review of this change taken place yet? And if so, how has the switch to a cabinet system improved democracy and public engagement over the committee system, as was promised?
Thank you, Laura. Councillor Sankey, would you like to reply?
Thank you very much, Ms King. When the new governance arrangements were implemented, two actions were promised. One was that member allowances would be reviewed, and this was completed in May 25. The second was that the Constitution would be kept under review. This has been the case, with regular reports coming to full council to approve changes where a need has been identified. So, for example, as part of these regular reviews, we have included the introduction of new contract standing orders to reflect new procurement legislation. We've updated officer delegations to reflect our organisation redesign, and most recently, our decision to increase the number of overview and scrutiny meetings and double the number of overview and scrutiny task and finish groups, as well as extending the deadlines for submission of public questions so that residents can review overview and scrutiny agendas before they submit their question. Further, an independent review was undertaken in April of this year by the Corporate Peer Challenge team supported by the Local Government Association, whose published report can be found on the Council's website. The Corporate Peer Challenge is a highly valued improvement and assurance tool. In relation to the Cabinet system, the Challenge team concluded that, and I quote, "The Council has successfully transitioned from a committee system to a leader and Cabinet model, marking a significant change in how decisions are made and how strategic direction is exercised. The Cabinet system has been implemented effectively in a short period of time." They stated that, and I quote again, "The recent move to a leader and Cabinet model of governance provides an opportunity for greater strategic clarity, more effective decision-making, and enhanced political leadership." They found that the transition had been, and I quote, "well managed and I quote, represents an important step forward in streamlining decision-making and strengthening accountability." We will continue to keep our constitution under review, and we'll be working with the Corporate Peer Challenge team next year when they come back for a day in March to ensure our continued focus on improvement and assurance. The outcome of this further work with them will also be published.
I do thank you, Madam Mayor. In view of the fact there was no Brighton and Hove City referendum on the change of council governance from committee to cabinet and its subsequent rewriting of the council constitution to reverse the previous Brighton and Hove City referendum of 2001, which voted against an elected mayor and in favour of continuing a committee system, would this council agree with me that a cabinet council has now been operating for the past 18 months illegitimately, and that all decisions made under this cabinet during this time, including undemocratically denying certain councillors access to information concerning their own ward if they are not part of the relevant cabinet, are therefore also rendered illegitimate and need to be reversed pending a fresh city referendum?
Thank you, Ms King. Councillor Banks, thank you. Would you like to reply? Ms King, can you turn your... Okay.
Oh, it won't turn on.
That's it.
Yeah.
Ms King, I would say to you as a recovering lawyer myself, no, that is not accurate. It's a complete misrepresentation of the Constitution, the law, and how local government governance works. And I would also say respectfully, this kind of myth-making and essentially sort of conspiracy theory, approach really undermines faith in our institutions. It undermines democracy. I'm concerned that it may, make residents feel as though something, bad and illegitimate is happening when it's not. Everything that has been done under my watch, this council has been perfectly lawful and within our local government governance framework.
Agreed.
Thank you, Councillor Sankey. Thank you, Ms King. Thank you for joining the meeting and bringing your question. Thank you. I would now like to welcome Robert Brown to join the meeting.
He's online.
Oh, Robert Brown. Sorry. Hello, Robert. Are you there online?
Hello again. Yes, it's me.
Hello.
Me again.
Oh,
so
yes.
Thank you. I just want to say the question was ideally directed at the Cabinet Member for Housing. Whilst I appreciate a response from Councillor Alexander, it's actually the housing part of the ASB policy which the question was directed at. I won't go through the question, that's there, people can read that. However, one of the key things that I want to ask about is if the council and the councillors will look at the ASB policy again and look at the triggers, look at the policy, because it's not currently working for residents and businesses when they submit reports. One of the things that I've been found with some of the people I've been supporting over the last few months is not only just the failure of council officers to respond, but also the fact that they're not logging reports accurately. And there are no triggers to say how many reports need to be reported on a particular address or how many people need to report the same issue. And there are also no joined up working with regards to Sussex Police on a regular basis. The policy itself also states that despite it saying that the goals are being changed when challenged, so that the Brighton and Hove Council are saying that they don't have enough evidence. They're not saying what the evidence is. So one of the question itself is, will the council look at the ASB policy, look at the triggers, look at the way in which people can report, and accurately ensure that people who are reporting things are given the support and the response they require, so that they feel that they're being listened to. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Councillor Alexander? No, is it Councillor Williams? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your question. And I'm happy to answer this question as Cabinet Member for Housing. Of course, we do recognise the impact that antisocial behaviour has on victims and communities, and we are indeed committed to improving the responses. So I am very sorry to hear that victims of antisocial behaviour are reporting that they experience an unsatisfactory response from officers, and I'm sorry to hear that. We are, though, committed to improving support and communication, and we've invested quite a lot in our frontline tenancy services. We hold regular meetings, regular multi-agency meetings to coordinate action and reduce reliance on victims gathering evidence, which I do appreciate is very difficult and can be alarming. Now, the council follows its ASB policy, but in some cases, particularly those requiring tenancy enforcement, they require legal proceedings. These can take an awful lot of time due to evidence requirements and national court delays. And unfortunately, this does extend resolution times, and we recognise that. We do not give leniency to perpetrators. Each case is assessed on risk and harm, and we work closely with Sussex Police and partners to take proportionate lawful action. And interim measures such as warnings, acceptable behaviour agreements, and closure orders are used where possible to provide relief while these legal processes are taking its course. And I do appreciate sometimes they do take a long time. But we are also committed to continuous improvement, and there is at the moment an overview and scrutiny and tasks finish group, which is reviewing all our antisocial behaviour responses, and we are launching a hate incident policy and co-producing work with tenants on sensitive lets to strengthen safeguarding and community safety. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Robert, have you got a supplementary?
Yes, please. I want to thank Councillor Williams, who I'm sure she knows I deeply respect for the work that she does for the housing. As I was saying before, in the most recent case where we had a conclusion happen this week, even though we had been reporting things since January.
Robert, have you got a question though?
Yeah, I'm getting there. They weren't actually logged by the council on the same thing since July. So I would very much appreciate the fact if we are included in that review of the ASB policy, so we can actually see what the KPIs or the triggers are for residents to be aware of how things are moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Councillor Williams?
Thank you. I'm not quite sure what that question was, but yes, we can send you the policy, and you can look at the policy yourself at any time you wish.
Oh no, I mean I'm asking if we can be involved in looking at that policy along with the residents. As I say, I have seen the policy online, and the key thing is.
Okay, thank you, Robert. I think perhaps this is something we can, Councillor Williams, perhaps take up with you out of this arena. Yeah, thank you so much for bringing your question. Thank you. I would like to welcome Jerome Cockstrong, who I believe is here in person, to join the meeting. Jerome, would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda?
Cardiac arrest statistics are terrifyingly clear. For every minute that passes without access to a defibrillator, someone's chances of surviving decrease by 10%. It's because of this simple, life-saving maths that the nearest accessible defibrillator should never be more than 200 metres away. Yet the reality in our city is stark. My area, Hanover Grove, remains a defibrillator desert. For those in deprived areas like Pankhurst, the nearest defibrillator might be as much as 20 minutes away. This is inequality extending literally, brutally into life and death. I'm campaigning locally to secure charitable funding for new defibrillators for Hanover Grove. That could save lives, but this is a citywide emergency that requires citywide intervention. So will the council commit to undertaking a formal review of public defibrillator access across our city and to centrally funding defibrillators in areas like mine?
Thank you, Jerome. Councillor Alexander.
Thank you very much for your question, Jerome. Yes, you're right. Defibrillators are life-saving, and the council does agree that they should be easily accessible. We do have a total of 197 defibrillators across the city, with 123 of them being accessible to the public. Our public health team are currently mapping the gaps in public accessible defibrillators, and we are currently looking at ways that defibrillator gaps can be funded. I will be working with all ward councillors and public health officers in recognising where the gaps currently are and how these gaps can be funded in the near future. And just to say also, as a resident, as well as ward councillors, you can always suggest a defibrillator in your area as part of the current Better Brighton and Hove Fund consultation. So, yeah, thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. Jerome, do you have a supplementary?
You know, I thank Councillor Alexander for a answer, and it's really encouraging to hear the council opportunity this. I just encourage the council to speak to groups like DS43 and Hartlepool who have undertook this work before, and really look at the way that communities can be involved in this. And I again ask if, you know, people like myself and forums like Hanover and Community Forum could be involved in these conversations. Obviously, I appreciate the Better Brighton Fund has done one thing, but I think there's lots of other good ideas there, and so having a separate fund for defibrillators might be quite good, if possible.
Thank you, Jerome. Councillor Alexander.
Yes, thank you. You're right. I think sometimes residents and community groups do have a part to play in stuff like this. And I know I'm a councillor covering like the Coldine area, and I know that the community have got together over the last couple of years and fundraised themselves for defibrillators. So I think stuff like this is it takes a whole village, as it were. So yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jerome. I would like to welcome Tom Sargent. Hello, Tom, to join the meeting. Tom, would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Tom, do you want to push the button on your... Yeah, the right one, the right-hand one.
That one?
Yeah, that's it.
Great. Thank you very much. My question... I'm Tom Sargent of the Friends of Hove Floral Clock, and my question is for Councillor Robbins. Has Brighton and Hove City Council located the original plans for the gardens of Adelaide Crescent and Palmyra Square by the great Sussex-born horticulturalist Henry Phillips?
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Robbins, would you like to respond? Tom, can you just... Oh, it's done. Yeah.
Okay. It's off, yeah. Okay. Thanks very much for your question, Tom. And we were intrigued by the question. We're all aware of the often told story of the great conservatory that collapsed at Palmyra Square. As far as we know, those original plans are not in the council's possession. However, knowing that Henry Phillips' connection with the Royal Surrey Gardens in Kensington, we are happy to explore if they have any knowledge of the whereabouts of the original designs. We have also contacted the Keep, who hold all sorts of local records, to see if they have any original copies of the plans.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Tom, have you got a supplementary?
I do.
Can you put... Oh, listen.
Work stopped on Adelaide Crescent in 1834 and only resumed in 1849 sorry, I beg your pardon, 1834, only resumed in 1839 to 40 into the 60s, by which time Phillips was dead. It's not at all clear who the designer of Palmyra Square North was. Does the council have any knowledge of who that designer might be?
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Robbins?
Yes, I'm not sure really if that is supplementary to the original question, which was about Henry Phillips. The designs I think that we've looked at are from the 1940s rather than the 1840s. And they are certainly the oldest record we have of what was going on in Palmyra Square North. So that would be what we were working for. I honestly, I think you'll find that work stopped at Palmyra Square North from about 1833 for 17 years. So you would be looking at about 1850, between 1850 and 1860. And to the best of my knowledge, we haven't got any record. And what we would do with the records, I don't know, because the original design, as we've already said, and as you well know, collapsed and was a complete and absolute failure and remained uncleared for 17 years. So certainly if you want to speak to me about it offline or out of this format, then I'd be happy to speak to you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robbins. Tom, thank you very much for bringing your question to the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Your
you.
Worship. Thank you, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Ellen Watts on behalf of Elroy F, who I believe is joining us remotely to join the meeting. Ellen, would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fabulous, thank you. Will the council publish recent passenger usage data, boarding figures and costs per passenger for the 3 times bus service at the bus stops on the east end of Neville Avenue, and explain how this evidence justifies maintaining the current routing and level of service, given that buses are frequently empty and usage levels appear minimal? And also set out when residents will be formally engaged in reviewing whether the 3X bus route and stop locations on Neville Avenue remain appropriate, including whether options such as reducing frequency, rerouting, or consolidating stops will be considered as part of that evidence-based review.
Thank you, Ellen. Councillor Mooton, you have 3 minutes to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ellen Elroy, for raising your concerns about the 3X route on Neville Avenue. Brighton Hove buses introduced the 3X in September with council support through our bus service improvement plan. The 3X aims to deliver faster cross-city journeys to employment, education and local amenities and services. Many residents have contacted both the council and Brighton Hove buses to express their appreciation of this increasingly popular service. The operator undertook a significant marketing campaign, including flyers to households near the route. Neville Avenue was chosen to create a direct link between Hangleton, West Blatchington and Hove railway station, whilst avoiding duplication of existing services and congestion on other corridors. This includes many secondary schools, sixth formers and university students and staff living in Hangleton and West Blatchington, Hove Park, Goldsmith, Seven Dials and beyond to access the Neville campus of Hove Park School and West Blatchington School. Commuters, including workers nearby legal and general offices, those who come to sports events and recreational facilities at nearby the Greyhound Stadium, Hove Park and Neville Sports Grounds, including Brighton and Hove's Cricket Club and allotment holders at the North Neville allotments, all very close to the Neville Avenue bus stop. And the 3X provides better citywide access to health facilities at Millview Hospital and Hove Polyclinic further along Neville Avenue, hence its route. We continue to review and monitor with Brighton Hove buses route performance closely. Delays, congestion, punctuality, patronage and feedback from residents and passengers with adjustments possible. The 3X does provide an excellent and welcome option. It's attracting new passengers, reducing car journeys and air pollution in busy corridor, including along Neville Avenue, close to this bus stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. Ellen, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you. Personally, I know from experience that no residents on Neville Avenue were provided with pamphlets, and given that residents on Clarendon Road have submitted a petition raising similar concerns about the impacts of the 3X bus route on their street, does the council accept that this indicates patterned and systematic issues in how the route has been implemented, and can it explain how these cumulative evidence is being used to assess the overall suitability, routing and stop locations of the 3X service, including on Neville Avenue, and whether it will now trigger a board review of the route?
Thank you, Ellen. Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ellen, for your supplementary question. I think I'll just repeat that point about we continue to review and monitor with Brighton Hove buses this route performance and usage. That we have a partnership, an enhanced partnership under our BSIP agreement with Brighton Hove buses. We routinely monitor their data, and we're content to engage further with Brighton Hove buses and with the community. We're happy to review the routes, its usage, and if there's a review about bus stops as well, we're happy to consider those. So we're more than happy to hear further comments, and we will definitely be looking at the data and working in partnership with Brighton Hove buses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. Thank you very much for bringing your question, Emma. Thank you. Ellen, sorry. I would like to welcome Councillor Fishley on behalf of Emma Andrews. Councillor Fishley, would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda?
Given a new leisure centre is proposed to open King Alfred on the west side of the site with its main entrance and plaza directly facing an area scheduled for demolition and multi-year housing construction, what assessment has been made of the combined impact of this overlapping construction period, and will various other things, and will this full assessment be completed and published before the planning submission?
Thank you, Councillor Fishley. Councillor Robbins.
Right. Well, I'll tackle the question and worry about the various other things later. The future residential-led redevelopment to the eastern side of the King Alfred site will be a separate project undertaken by a private developer. The demolition of the existing King Alfred Leisure Centre will be subject to a planning application and will require construction environmental management plan, a CEMP, to be agreed as part of the planning determination. The CEMP will set out the methods and procedures that will be adopted with consideration to minimising the impact of the development on the local community, residents and businesses, the public and the environment. It will address the potential environmental impact of construction and methods to mitigate the specific environmental disturbance such as noise and vibration. Given the adjacency of the new King Alfred Leisure Centre, this will particularly focus on minimising the impact to staff and customers of the new facility, including those using the new public realm. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robbins. Councillor Fishley, before I ask if you've got a supplementary, I propose to suspend standing orders and complete the public questions. Can I have a seconder, please?
Well, I'm standing up, so I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. It's Councillor Gray. Proposed, yeah. Lovely, we'll carry on. Councillor Fishley, did you have a supplementary?
Sorry, it's me.
Thank you. And apologies to Emma, I completely forgot she asked me to ask this. Can the council assure residents that the new centre will be safe and usable while directly next to demolition and construction works?
Okay, well, I think I just have. It will need to commit to that in the planning application and the determination. So yes, it's part of the planning.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Thank you, Councillor Fishley. I would like to welcome Sheila Rimmer here to join the meeting. Sheila would like you to put your question, which is also published in the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, Leonora and Sheila and I are both involved with this question, Madam Mayor. This is regarding the Live and Rent campaign that we're very concerned to progress it, and the allocations to homeless households. So it has been reported that a number of homeless households in the city have been increasing despite continued progress increasing the supply of council homes. So previously, when the supply of additional council homes was increasing under the old allocations policy, the number of households living or having to live in temporary accommodation and sleeping rough was falling. So given that the increasing cost of homeless accommodation is putting the strain on the council's budget, it's important to know how well the new allocations policy is working in terms of reducing the number of homeless households. So here's the essence of the question. Since the new allocations policy was brought in, what percentage of home allocations went to homeless households, homeless people?
Thank you, Leonora. Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much for your question. And yes, sadly, I'm sorry to say this, demand for homeless services is rising, and Shelter's reporting that 1 in 77 residents experienced homelessness in June 2024, and this is really hard for me to say, but this is the truth. So to meet these challenges, though, we've produced hundreds of new affordable homes, including 318 in 22-24, 226 in 24-25, and in 25-26 another 452 homes are expected. So this is significant, really significant progress, but demand for social housing still far exceeds supply, with many thousands on our housing register, as I'm sure you're aware. To your question, since April, 148 social and affordable homes, around 42% of allocations have gone to homeless households. Alongside this, though, we're focused on prevention, and changes to our allocations policy now means households whose homelessness is prevented can remain on the housing register. This is supporting choice and longer-term security. And between April and November this year, I'm very proud of our team, and it wasn't my work, it was our team's work, and we have to thank them. We successfully prevented homelessness for 365 households. And we remain committed to increasing housing supply and prioritising those most in need. And we're working with partners to prevent homelessness wherever possible. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Leonora, have you got supplementary?
There will be.
Yes, press the button.
Yeah. So long as the progress in 2026 is towards really reducing the problem, because I'm sure, being Christmas time, we'll be much more aware of people who are in a situation of having become homeless, or where there's no feeling of hope, especially when you see everybody enjoying their lovely Christmas with their lovely families and friends. You walk past people who don't have that privilege of enjoying Christmas. So it's simply, could everybody be more aware in 2026, and so that we can see our streets, so that with fewer people sleeping in doorways or tents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, you fine with that? No. Okay, thank you so much, Leonora. Thank you very much for bringing your question. Have a lovely Christmas. Thank you. I would like to welcome Ian Needham and David Gibson. No, David, just Ian, to join the meeting. Hello, Ian. Would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda, please?
Madam Mayor, I'm Ian Needham from the Living Rent campaign, and the question I've got to ask is about loss of truly affordable social housing rents and the cost of rents in replacement homes. When the government supports more affordable rents on new build, the rents are either affordable on new build, or the new definition of social, but these rent levels are a lot higher than the old social target rents, or council rents if you like, paid by current tenants. So in demolishing rather than refurbishing 560 homes at low council rents, they would eventually be replaced at some distant time by homes that are less affordable and higher rents. However, tenants of the LPS blocks that the council has decided to demolish were promised a like-for-like right to return when the homes are eventually replaced. Is the council guaranteeing like-for-like council social rents for all existing tenants? That seems to me to be a yes or no answer.
Thank you very much, Ian. Councillor Williams, would you like to reply? Ian, can you...
Thank you very much for your question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And yes, absolutely right. In July, Cabinet agreed in principle decisions about the future development plans of the 3 sites of the 8 large panel system LPS blocks. We have no choice but to demolish. We didn't do it because we want to do it, because we're doing it because we have to do it. And these people deserve a safe home, and that's why we're doing it. Unfortunately, much of our housing stock has been neglected for many, many years, and this administration is taking responsibility for that, and we're doing everything we can. Now, there will be different rates in different places, and I can guarantee you on new housing developments such as Coldine and in Portslade, they are social rents. Lots of our developments are social rents, and we're doing our absolute best to keep them at social rents because this is really important. Now, the council is currently in the existing rehousing policy. We're consulting with tenants how it affects at the moment, and these are going to be LPS local lettings plans specific to these particular residents from the LPS blocks, with current residents of all tenures providing feedback, of course. The summary of this consultation will be provided at Cabinet in March 2026, and the like-for-like offer will apply to the secure tenancy offered at the point of rehousing. So all of these people, all in these homes, 560 homes, will be offered the opportunity for a like-for-like rent because they have to move out. It's not their fault. So that is absolutely correct. The right to return policy, as currently drafted, states that the priority for the new build council homes across the named regeneration sites will be given to those secure tenants who've had to move because of the LPS redevelopment programme. This will form part of the LLP when the new homes are let, and tenants who express an interest in moving back to one of these homes within that redevelopment area will be offered secure tenancies elsewhere until these properties are ready. But this is going to take 3 to 5 and even longer years. So many of the tenants will be happily settled, we hope, in new homes, and they will be offered like for like in that situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Ian, do you have a supplementary?
I do have a slightly supplementary question because I'm slightly confused because there's a reference to differential rents in the answer, and then a reference to like, and I'm not quite sure how the two fit together.
Thank you, Ian. Councillor Williams.
Thank you for your question. So, any person moving out to a new secure tenancy to a new council home will have the opportunity for a like-for-like rent. Is that okay?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian, for bringing your question. Thank you, Councillor Williams. I'd like to welcome Adrian Hill to join the meeting. Adrian, would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Latest data shows that the proportion of very old polluting vehicles is higher in the more deprived areas of the city. This means that those residents will be exposed to higher levels of pollution than those in wealthier areas. Labour's manifesto promised to end polluting diesel vehicles in the city. With some of the worst pollution in the country, it is clear not enough has been done, especially in those more deprived areas. Waiting and doing nothing has caused illness for thousands in the city. Do you agree that a clean air zone is specifically designed to tackle old polluting vehicles?
Thank you very much, Adrian. Councillor Moussa, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Adrian. It was good to cycle with you along this part of the Lewis Road during the Kiddicall mass cycle ride in Brighton in September, where you and I had a positive discussion around these very matters. Our manifesto did set out to work to bring an end to noisy and polluting diesel vehicles. We are working towards this, with significant work done and ongoing towards this objective in improving vehicle-related air quality. Our adopted Air Quality Action Plan, AQAP, 2022-27 commits us to ambitious local targets beyond the legal minimum, sets out a NO2 annual mean target of 30 micrograms per metre cube by 2026, 25% below the UK legal limit of 40 micrograms per metre cube, and a PM 2.5 target of 7 micrograms per metre cube by 2027, working towards WHO guidance levels. The AQAP acknowledges that poor air quality disproportionately affects less affluent areas and vulnerable groups, strengthening the case for robust interventions on corridors such as Lewis Road. Unlike recent Tory group comms, we do not consider this a woke endeavour. Cleaner air saves lives, and we are committed to improving air quality for our city. We are data-led and continue to expand public information and monitoring, including the Brighton and Hove Sussex real-time air quality portal launched in October 2024, with approximately 50 sensors across Sussex, 40 in the city. As this first administration to do this, data-led, is vital to inform our targeted approach and aims to reduce exposure near schools, bus stops and crossings on Lewis Road while supporting behavioural change. We comply with national air quality standards and have done since 2023. Given the monitoring evidence and our local targets, we recognise additional measures may be necessary to ensure sustained compliance and to meet the more ambitious AQAP targets for NO2 and PM 2.5. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mouton. Adrian, have you got a supplementary?
Yes, yeah. So according to a 2025 report from the Royal College of Physicians, it says air pollution costs the UK £50 billion every year. Air pollution causes sickness in children, adults, the elderly and those with existing health issues. Last meeting, the committee spoke of compassion, fairness and equality, and I did like that. To let one part of the city suffer more than another just because of the toxic air is not fair, it's not compassionate, and it's not equal. Targets are being missed by 80%, on 80% of days. So can you help explain to the committee why a clean air zone has been successful in other cities?
Thank you, Adrian. Councillor Mouton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Adrian. I concur with those points and very much aware of the epidemiological and public health evidence which supports our view that there is a clear relationship between poor air quality and health. And I think drives our endeavour to improve. So future initiatives on pilot schemes will be informed by the latest empirical studies to ensure effectiveness and public health benefits. We will look carefully at the experience from other cities with targeted clean air zones, such as Bradford. Any pilot scheme must be evidence-driven using our publicly available real-time air quality monitoring. And we are doing other targeted measures, which I think you are generally aware of, ranging from engine idling ban, bed routes on Lewis Road, and which have shown some improvement in air quality, and also our school streets programme, and we continue to accelerate the Euro 6 compliance of our bus operators' fleets across the scheduled routes in the city. We do accept there's more to do, and we are working to seek funding for some of those improvements, such as what we have taken forward with the Conway Street bus depot via a Zebra 2 bid successfully funded to bring fully EV zero-emission buses to that part of the city, and with potential for future Zebra funding, we may be able to look at the Lewis Road bus depot, for instance.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mooten. Thank you very much, Adrian, for bringing your question. I would like to welcome Nigel Furness to join the meeting. Hello, Nigel.
Hello.
Would you like to put your question, which is published in the agenda?
Thank you. In the run-up to Christmas, which is normally speaking the busiest time for our traders, this city is currently at a virtual standstill, thanks to an epidemic of roadworks, be it east to west or north to south. As Cabinet Lead for Transport, Councillor Mutton, could you please tell us, have you actually intervened to bring about any coordinated measures, or are you deaf to the traders' pleas?
Thank you very much, Nigel. Can we please make sure we don't say anything personal, please? Councillor Mooten, please can you respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Nigel. I fully recognise concerns raised by traders and residents about the scale of roadworks across our city during the critical pre-Christmas period. There are too often overdue major planned and reactive works by utility companies and their contractors in our city. Utilities have rights to access their services under our streets and pavements. The Council is listening closely, and we are actively working to mitigate and reduce disruption. Privatised utilities have too often neglected their assets under our streets. Making them fit for the 21st century is important, and it's under our watch we are getting our city services fixed. Several steps have already been taken. Coordination of streetworks and permits. We're strengthening the utility and highway projects, scheduling to reduce overlap and ensure works are completed as efficiently as possible. Traffic management, measures such as adjusted signal timings, temporary diversions and extended working hours are being deployed to keep traffic moving. This is particularly important when within our longer run-in schemes that cannot simply be stopped and run up to Christmas. Business engagement. We're heavily lobbying utility companies to ensure direct contact with traders' representatives to understand specific impacts of footfall and deliveries, and to adapt where possible. It is their responsibility to communicate, and time again, we explain that they need to improve and recognise the importance of better engagement specific to each community in our city. Undoubtedly, several utility companies and their contractors working in Brighton Hove need to improve communication and services. I will continue to call this out where it is lacking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mooten. Nigel, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do. In the dying days of Gordon Brown's administration, Labour administration, you should all be aware, I hope you are, that he enacted legislation that gave far more sweeping powers to local authorities, county, borough, whatever,
to control the utility companies. I do appreciate what you say about yes, we've got to renew infrastructure, but they have to give a time limit for how long they are, and you should know this in your position, for how long that they are going to have our roads up, and they are not allowed unless
Nigel, could you ask the question, please?
Yes, yeah, but this is vital, Madam Mayor, because it could save this council a vast sum of money, and this will take a couple of seconds. Would you indulge me for a couple of seconds more?
Nigel, we've got lots to do. Could you just ask the question, please? Thank you.
Are you prepared to reinstate a clerk of works who will keep an eye, or several clerks of works, on those utility companies, Councillor Mutton, and get them doing what you have the power to do? And no shoddy workmanship either. Just ring up Gordon Brown, he'll tell you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure I do have Gordon Brown's phone number, but thank you for your kind advice. There's so much in there, but I want to be really clear. We're absolutely aware of those the permit requirements, street work notices, and others. We have in the region of 4,000 street works permits being issued by this authority every year. There's a lot there. Utility companies, they are to give 12 weeks notice where they have planned works. They have a significant number, I have to say, well over 1,000 of emergency applications where they don't have to give the same notice. And I think we need to work with them. As I intimated, too many of the utility assets underneath our streets and pavements are aging, they're poorly maintained. I think over 3 or 4 decades of privatisation, they haven't invested properly in them, and now they're having to repair in an emergency format, which means they don't actually have to give the same level of notice that they might do, say, for 12-week notice if it's planned works. If it's emergency, they can come in to fix a gas main that's leaking, a water main, or power supply that have to be fixed very urgently. But we need to change that culture. And to your point about the clerk of works or the NEC4 contract, I think it's got a different term now, I've been pushing very hard, and I think this council is now resolving this, to get business case to fund such a person who will be on site, available to check the quality of finished by the utility companies contractors in our city. It is an absolute priority. I'm passionate about this, and I want to see the cultural change from every single contractor working for every single utility in this city, so that they do finish well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Newton. Nigel, thank you very much for bringing your questions. Have a lovely Christmas, and I no doubt we'll see you next year. So I would like to welcome Diane Montgomery. Hello, Diane. Can you join the meeting? And would you like to put your question, which is also published in the agenda? Thank you.
At the full council meeting on the 10th of July, in response to a supplementary question following changes to how affordable shared ownership is and to what extent it benefits local people, Councillor Williams said that she would provide information on the number of shared ownership homes provided in the last 10 years and the percentage of these homes that were provided for households living in Brighton and Hove area, to evidence on the extent to which shared ownership has reduced housing waiting lists, and 3, the latest NPPF that gives councils more flexibility to reduce shared ownership as a percentage of the affordable quota referred to as policy. If you could provide that information, thank you.
Thank you very much, Diane. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much for your question, and yes, I can help with some of that. Okay, so 887 homes have been delivered for shared ownership in the past 10 years, I am told. And whilst we don't currently hold all of the details of this home ownership, this information can be sought from registered providers who administer that, because the council doesn't, but we've tried to find out some information for you. A couple of recent examples I can give you with the Homes of Brighton Hove developments have shown a high proportion of local residents benefiting. So 98% of residents at the Keyview Port Slade had a local connection with shared ownership, and 92% of residents who so far have bought at Bluebell Heights Coldine have a local connection. So that's really good news, and hope that helps with your inquiry. Now, shared ownership properties are not ring-fenced solely to local residents, but our partner register providers are committed to promoting this very much to local residents, and so do we. Shared ownership doesn't directly reduce overall housing waiting lists. Generally, if you can afford to buy a home, you wouldn't qualify to be on the housing waiting list, so it doesn't affect it in that way. But it does shift the demand, and it makes home ownership accessible to more people who might otherwise not afford the full market rate. So it does offer a stepping stone, which I think is very useful and helpful. In the latest December 2024 iteration of the National Planning Policy Framework reference to a 25 requirement of first homes, which is a type of affordable home ownership, was removed. And this change gives local planning authorities more flexibility to determine which tenure of affordable housing is appropriate for their area. So that helps us. And in response, we're bringing forward changes to our planning guidance through a new affordable housing planning advice note, which is expected to be adopted in early 2026, and we can provide you more details when that's finalised. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Diane, have you got a supplementary?
Thank you for that information. We've emailed Peter Kyle to urge his colleagues at the Ministry of Housing to redefine what is regarded as affordable when used in the context of housing, or better still, stop using the word completely. It is meaningless unless brought back to its original dictionary definition, which is inexpensive, reasonably priced. Can you assure me that you will also push the Labour government to do this? This will allow councils more power to refuse developments that are not in the best interest of the local community, and developers who will use shared ownership as part of that so-called affordable quota.
Thank you, Diane. Councillor Williams?
I can assure you that I will, most annoyingly, push for genuinely affordable homes for the people of our city and to the best of my ability, and I can assure you of that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Diane, thank you so much for bringing your question. Thank you. Okay, so we have 3 deputations for today's meeting. A list of the people forming the deputation, the background papers have been circulated in Addendum 1. I would like to welcome Joe Whitehead to the meeting and ask that you put your deputation. Joe, hello, you're invited to speak for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, for having me here today. My deputation is as follows. In the last week of July, parking suspension signs were put in place in Springfield Road, suspending parking from the 4th to the 9th of August. The suspension reasons were stated as filming. On further investigation via questions to the council website, I was unable to gather any more information, and my ward councillors were not aware of any plans. During the week of the 4th to the 9th of August, myself and my neighbours were kept awake every night by filming. Multiple large vehicles with people loading and unloading equipment all night, people talking, lights, reversing alarms at 3 a.m. onwards, and parking on double yellow lines. Stretches of the road were bollarded off so residents couldn't park, and security guards were there all day. Filming was undertaken throughout the afternoon, blocking off pavements, making us walk in the road, and completely invading our privacy. Despite many emails to the council and councillors, the only response I had was from my own excellent ward councillors, Hill and West, the former who posed a question to committee on the 13th of October this year. The response: we have clear guidance for night filming to minimise impact, including no lighting into windows, keeping noise to a minimum when not filming, positioning equipment away from homes or securing agreement with residents, ensuring respectful behaviour from all crew, including security and marshals. Production companies must consult residents in person, usually by door knocking, and logging concerns. We stay in close contact with them to ensure issues are addressed. Multiple letter drops are also required to keep residents informed. None of this happened. There was no consultation, information, or any respect shown to residents of Springfield Road. We didn't sleep for a week, and we were not allowed to park in the spaces we paid for via our parking permits. Councillor Miller continued on the 13th of October that Brighton and Hove is proud to be a film-friendly city and that filming brings economic and cultural benefits. We work hard to balance supporting creative industries while protecting residents' well-being. I'm asking, why was there no consultation with residents? 2, how can a council protect residents' well-being if it does not monitor and ensure the filming companies followed its stated guidance and rules? 3, in the absence of consultation and monitoring, by what lawful authority did the council stop residents parking in their own parking bays to accommodate a private enterprise? 4, in the absence of consultation and monitoring, by what lawful authority did the council sanction a night nuisance when it is an enforcement authority entrusted with preventing public nuisance? The lack of policy enforcement of the council is clearly working against residents' rights, and I would ask you to review and revise in the light of this occurrence. I would also like residents affected to have part refunds on their parking permits from the money the filming company obviously paid for our parking spaces. Springfield Road residents deserve compensation for a week of no sleep, no privacy, no parking and no consultation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jo. Councillor Miller, can I call upon you to reply?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For question 1, for more disruptive shoots, typically with over 5 crew or complex setups, production companies must consult residents in person, usually by door knocking and logging concerns. We and Sussex Film Office stay in close contact with production companies to ensure issues are addressed. Multiple letter drops are also required to keep residents informed. Although we can't specifically evidence that all properties were contacted in this instance, we rarely have problems with companies not doing so, and we do have confirmation that at least some properties were contacted prior to the shoot. Officers are taking note of the company involved on this occasion and are looking into this matter further. Question 2. At the beginning of August 2025, the permanent outdoor events portal on the Brighton Hove City Council Your Voice page went live, which allows the outdoor events team to deal with resident issues for events and filming in real time. And we are also reviewing our monitoring systems in conjunction with Sussex Film Office to make reporting and consultation with residents easier. In response to your deputation, we will also make it clear in the portal header that outdoor filming nuisance issues should be reported via this portal. Question 3. It is stated in the terms and conditions on the resident parking permit page that the use of parking bays may be suspended by police officers, civil enforcement officers, or duly authorised council officers at any time without notice. A permit is not valid in a bay where parking has been suspended. Finally, question 4. In the filming charter provided to all filming companies, it does state that noise should be kept to a minimum, especially during unsocial hours, normally 2200 to 0800 hours. If noise nuisance is experienced by residents in relation to filming activity, this should be reported via the outdoor events portal, which enables investigation by events officers and environmental protection and enforcement if necessary. While the council recognises that film shoots can cause short-term inconvenience and nuisance to affected residents, filming does bring many benefits to the city, whether it is through the work placements on most major film shoots, which are arranged by the Sussex Film Office for Brighton Met students, the £100,000 of licensing income, which goes to the General Revenue Fund, helping the council to protect non-statutory services, or the boost to our tourism economy through the appeal of vacation tourism for fans of popular films and series. So filming is very important to the city, but I regret that it has caused you such difficulty over the summer.
Thank you very much, Councillor Miller. I would like to thank Jo Whitehead for their deputation. Does the council agree to note the deputation? Thank you very much, Jo. Thank you. Would like to welcome Kevin Thomas, to the meeting and ask that you present your deputation. Hi Kevin, you're invited to speak for up to 5 minutes.
Hello, my name's Kevin Thomas. This is my colleague Fazal Haq, and we're here representing we bring fraternal greetings from the GMB Brighton Hove taxi and private hire section. Now we're the only fully inclusive organisation representing Brighton and Hove drivers who provide an essential service for the infrastructure and economy of Brighton and Hove, whether it's doctor's appointments, shopping, hospital appointments, helping people in the nighttime economy. Brighton and Hove taxi drivers and private hire drivers are essential to provide that service, which public transport, which is excellent in the city, but we meet the need that public transport can't always provide. Before the lockdown, the COVID lockdown, there were around 1,800 Brighton and Hove licensed drivers. Now that figure is less than 1,100. One of the reasons is the general economic situation, but one of the biggest, a major factor for the loss of drivers is the influx of private hire vehicles licensed by outside authorities from Lewes to Chichester, all the way down the south coast. And these vehicles come here working in Brighton and Hove for an operator, mainly an app-based operator. I won't name it specifically, but it's a 4-letter word beginning with U and ending in R. And this influx is, it's part of the authorities' manifesto to promote the local economy and keep money and income circulating within the economy. Now, that operator is sucking money out of Brighton and Hove and selling it to Silicon Valley. What we would look for is help from the council, probably at little or no cost, which you'll be relieved to hear. But one way to support Brighton and Hove licensed drivers would be to restrict the bus lanes to taxis, which we mean any taxis, but only Brighton and Hove private hire vehicles. Something else that could be done, which is similar to some states in America, would be bringing require operators to demonstrate pricing transparency. And what I mean by that is that both the driver and the passenger knows how much they're paying and how much the driver is receiving. There are many egregious examples of the app operators charging customers significantly much more than the driver receives. Examples of trips into London costing £300 and the driver receives £90. Now, obviously that would have to apply to all operators. It has to be a level playing field. And would point out that a lot of these out-of-town vehicles are not subject to proper compliance. Some operate without CCTV. So it raises an issue of safety there as well. Another area is within the home to school transport, which is provided by a lot of taxis, but much of the work is given to operators, again, licensed by other authorities. And a previous speaker mentioned air quality and pollution. Now, a lot of the vehicles that are operating on home to school transport do not meet the same requirements as Brighton and Hove licensed vehicles. So that, again, there's not a level playing field there. It's a tough life. People might have thought that one time driving a taxi or a private hire was a license to print money. It's certainly not the case now. So what we're looking for is a dialogue with the authority to support our drivers now so that they're still here in a few years' time. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Kevin and Faisal, for your deputation. Brighton Hove Council upholds high standards for licensed drivers, vehicles and operators through its Blue Book, covering safeguarding, safety, sustainability and accessibility. Our licensed taxis are an asset to our city, and as a council we're proud of these standards, as I know many drivers are. These standards are regularly reviewed and set the city apart, though neighbouring authorities may not always apply equivalent requirements. So thank you for your hard work and service to the city. The council values the professionalism of its licensed drivers and encourages two-way collaboration to address concerns such as bus lane obstruction and adherence to the engine idling ban, which supports ambitions for a cleaner, more accessible city, including cleaner air, as you reference. We will work with you, and please work with us on that. The council already is exploring restricting bus lane access to Brighton and Hove licensed taxis and private hire vehicles, with potential priority for electric and wheelchair accessible vehicles, EVs and WAVs. Enforcement against illegal ranking, applying for hire by out-of-town vehicles, engine idling remains a priority, with officers monitoring compliance, such as outside Brighton Station, where taxis, including Brighton Hove licensed cabs, can sometimes inhibit the flow of buses. And welcome intelligence from the trade. The council also supports a fair transparency, particularly for prepaid journeys, and would encourage operators to communicate well with their drivers for fair transparency. We will raise this with operators at the Taxi Forum and are willing to set up meetings through the Taxi Forum with Councillor McGregor in January. All home to school transport contracts must meet our Blue Book standards, and duty of care principles are embedded throughout, especially for nighttime safety. The employer has a clear duty towards their employees in relation to workplace safety. We can also look at the enforcement for Brighton Hove licence hackney cabs at our taxi ranks. I generally ask that we work together on our priorities: a cleaner city with improved air quality, lower emissions, drive towards net zero, more accessible city with less congestion, with parking restrictions and bus priority respected. The council is committed to increasing EVs and WAVs, for instance, and we can look with preferential options in support of this aim, clarifying red route regulations and working nationally to address cross-border hiring whilst maintaining strong collaboration with the trade for improvements for all. And we're more than happy to work with you to solve this, particularly for the Taxi Forum, and working with my colleague, Councillor McGregor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mooton. I would like to thank Kevin Thomas for the deputation. Does the council agree to note the deputation? Agreed. Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you. Take care. Thank you. I would like to welcome Catherine Eden and Barney Miller to the meeting and ask that you put your deputation. You are invited to speak for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. The deputation is about the lack of maintenance budget for major unplanned works on Sylvan Hall Estate, where we both live. This deputation is addressed to the council administration. Sylvan Hall Estate is currently undergoing planned and major works, which include roof and window replacement, repair of main front and back doors to buildings, cavity wall and loft insulation, and concrete and masonry repairs. We have been informed by council officers that there is no maintenance budget for these works once they have been completed. Only responsive repairs will be carried out. This means, for example, that no gutter cleaning will be carried out as part of routine maintenance. Residents on the estate find this unacceptable and have noted the damage that lack of routine maintenance has caused to buildings on the estate throughout the years. Gutters have been left uncleaned and have eventually fallen off on several blocks on the estate, with ensuing damage to the brickwork and increased risk of dampness in the buildings. There have been failings in the responsive repair approach also, as even when gutters have eventually fallen off, they are not necessarily replaced or repaired. This has notably happened at the Lindens along with other blocks, and we've attached photographs to this deputation. The dangers of the responsive repair approach have also been shown with regard to windows. Last year, the Residents' Association requested an emergency inspection of all windows on the estate, following several windows falling out. This is a clear risk to life. Initially, council officers said that individual residents would have to approach them for windows to be inspected, in line with the responsive repair approach. After several months, the council finally agreed to offer a more general maintenance inspection, which revealed several unsafe windows, some of which actually fell out during the inspection process. We have significant concerns over cavity wall insulation being carried out without a maintenance programme being in place. The Cavity Insulation Guarantee Agency, CIGA, regulate cavity wall insulation in the UK. In a 2020 Times article, CIGA state, the terms of the guarantee stipulate that the homeowner should maintain their property to ensure the cavity wall insulation remains effective. Damage to the property due to lack of maintenance or poorly installed renovations can invalidate the guarantee. Willows residents have already had black mould issues from recent cavity wall insulation installation. The Council Leaseholder Handbook states at paragraph 4.2, the Council is responsible for the repair and maintenance of the structure, exterior and shared parts of your block of flats. Residents on the estate feel that this statement is, to say the least, misleading if the Council has no maintenance budget. And Barney.
The Sylvan Hall Residents Association would like to ask the following questions. 1, do the Council feel that they are acting reasonably, responsibly and in accordance with the Leaseholders Handbook by having no maintenance budget for major or planned works? 2, reference has been made by council officers to potential 2030 legislation which may oblige the council to carry out cavity wall insulation. What is this legislation? 3, cavity wall insulation has already been carried out at the Willows and Maple House as part of planned works. Was the lack of planned maintenance discussed with installers before agreeing to go ahead with the installation at the Willows and Maple House? What was the installer's response? 4, cavity wall installation is planned to be carried out in the blocks undergoing major works. Has or will the lack of planned maintenance been discussed with cavity wall insulation installers before going ahead with the installation? 5, can the council seek a response from an industry body such as SIGA as to the general advisability of cavity wall insulation being carried out without a maintenance plan being in place? 6, can the council commit to an annual gutter cleaning programme on Sylvan Hall Estate? 7, can the council commit to a regular windows maintenance inspection on Sylvan Hall Estate when the windows are reaching the end of their serviceable lives? We thank you in anticipation, Madam and Council.
Thank you, Catherine and Barney. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your questions, and I'll attempt to answer all of them if I can. So, number 1, first of all, the council are undertaking significant housing revenue account major works investments to improve the exterior of 11 blocks on the Sylvan Hall estate. The council have a budget of 27 million for major works, and this addresses investment requirement as part of stock condition and other surveys. Our planned works budget includes provision for investment in areas such as gutter clearance and service risers as part of our approach to undertake more planned preventative work. And this is really important. I completely agree with you. And I'm pleased to say that we are doing this now. And I'm sorry if other administrations in the past haven't, but we are endeavouring to do just as you asked, and you're quite right too. So hopefully we can have a better future for you guys, and I'd be happy to help with that. So number 2, the short answer is the minimum energy efficiency standards and ensuring residents live in well-insulated and safe, healthy homes, addressing fuel poverty issues. And these are a long-term objective for this council, which is supported through the HRA capital programme, investing in the sustainability of our homes, which have been lacking in the past, I agree. The 5-year capital programme sets out resources of over 30 million, an average investment of 6.11 per annum, including some provision for cavity wall insulation. This investment will support the council to meet our net zero target and bring our homes up to energy performance certificate standards by 2030, in line with the government's minimum standard efficiency standards framework. Major and planned works address this, and any need for cavity wall insulation in our specifications and schedules, you will see. Number 3, when preparing specifications for planned and major works, we engage consultants who will make recommendations for the work and would address any maintenance issues prior to the installation of an element to ensure we obtain the required warranty offered. So that is the standard there. We would not specifically discuss this with the installer at the time of the new cavity wall insulation. That would be repaired with the necessary standards. Number 4, the same answer would apply as above. Number 5, our cavity wall insulation installers would be cavity insulation guarantee agency approved contractors. Terms, conditions and warranty would be followed to meet the CIGA criteria, including in relation to any ongoing maintenance requirements. Number 6, yes, our housing repairs and maintenance service have committed to an annual gutter clearing programme, and quite right too, may say. 7, our 5-year stock condition survey agreed at Cabinet last week will include a review of windows, which will include information about the anticipated lifespan of windows, and then repairs and maintenance requirements identified as referring to that in our housing repairs and maintenance service to action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams. Catherine and Barney, thank you very much for bringing your deputation. Does the council agree to note the deputation? Agreed. Thank you very much. I will now call on Edie Oakman, Robert Sales, Megan Stubbs and Naomi Hudson from the Youth Council to present their petition for debate relating to free public transport for young people in Brighton and Hove, and would remind you that you have up to 3 minutes to outline the reasons for the petition and to confirm the number of signatories. Hello all. Hi, Eddie, Robert, Megan and Naomi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon. We are here as representatives from the Brighton and Hove Youth Council. Today we are bringing forward a petition on an urgent issue for young people. For too long, young people within the city have had no other choice than to buy into a transport system that is expensive and for some inaccessible in order to access educational and social opportunities in our city. Our petition aims to move forward the city in finding a solution to this problem.
Public transport acts as a lifeline for young people in the city, providing transport for those without cars, trying to get to school, and crucially, a safe way home in the dark. Price can act as an economic barrier between young people and travelling around the city they live in, especially during a cost of living crisis. For a city that aspires to do the very best for all young people, free transport is a necessary next step. Since our petition was established in May, it has amassed over 2,500 signatures, with most signatories being young people who live, work or study in Brighton Hove. And as you will be aware, engagement from young people in surveys and consultations tends to be low. So the high number responding to this petition emphasises the impact this would have on young people. However, it's not only been signed by young people, but also residents from across all age groups, showing broad support for this in the city. In the petition responses, one person said, follow in Transport for London's footsteps and make bus travel free for college and school children. It'll have a positive impact on students and families, and I agree with them. Not only will this petition benefit disadvantaged young people, but also the local environment. As public transport is an essential step on the road to net zero, free transport for young people has many benefits. Today we are calling on the Council to investigate the possibility of free public transport for young people in Brighton and Hove. We hope this will identify barriers to free transport for young people and enable us, alongside the Council and other stakeholders in the city, to take necessary steps to overcome these barriers. We believe this is an achievable goal with commitment from the Council and other interested parties. Education and social opportunities are essential in creating good life outcomes for young people to enable them to be engaged and active citizens. This has always been important, but more so now than ever, considering the recently announced lowering of the voting age to 16. Additionally, to be a city that strives to ensure equality of opportunity for all young people, we must ensure systems work for those facing the greatest disadvantage. Free transport is a necessary step in achieving this. If a policy such as this can be implemented in the capital and the entirety of Scotland, then there is no doubt it can be implemented here. No young person should find travel as a barrier to education. Safe, affordable and accessible travel is a right, not a luxury, and should be a priority for our progressive and forward-thinking city. And we know with your support it can be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Councillor Mooton to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for bringing this important petition to the meeting today. I genuinely thank you and support your aims here, and I also value every one of your invitations to youth council meetings over the past 2 years to discuss public transport, including safety, affordability, reliability and the opportunity for after-school activities and connection with friends and communities. Each of those meetings that I've attended, I've learnt a huge amount. I've listened and understand much from this, and I really do value those invites, and I'm very happy to come and talk further with the Youth Council on this particular matter. For every young person, an affordable, safe, reliable and well-connected bus service enables more freedom, is better for the planet and helps tackle deep-seated inequality. It may mean fewer car journeys and mean those without access to a lift are not excluded. I am completely on board with the expressed aims of this petition. I know low bus fares make a huge difference. In 2023, we set out in our manifesto we would look at ways of providing free bus travel for under 19 still in education. As administration, this is exactly what we have done. We're looking at this carefully and continue to seek ways to do so within our means. The Council supports the principle of free bus transport for young people and agrees that it would promote youth engagement and boost accessibility in different areas of the city. We also agree that free public transport for city's young people would enable higher bus usage, take more cars off the road, reduce congestion and the city's carbon emission, improve health and opportunities. We have looked carefully at ways of providing free bus travel for under 19s still in education. Our council budgets do not presently stretch to enable this ambition. We presently cannot afford this. We have used a Bus Service Improvement Plan, or BSIP, now called the Local Authority Bus Grant, to subsidise youth fares with other offers, such as a 50p unaccompanied off-peak fare, and for under 19s travel free with a paying adult at peak time fare. The Council is currently considering fare options in 26-27 as part of our draft BSIP delivery plan, but we are acutely aware of the limits of funding will impact on our capacity to continue to expand youth fare offers. We are financially responsible and constrained. We will investigate what can be done towards our shared ambition of free or very cheap bus transport for under 19s, and work with a strategic mayoral authority and our highly profitable bus operators, and look at governance options to help achieve this. We know cheap public transport transforms lives, tackles inequalities, improves air quality emissions, net zero and quality of lives. We agree this is a necessary next step. Agree with you on that, and we will do everything within our power and means to move towards this, working with the soon-to-be Mayoral Strategic Authority and addressing governance barriers to ensure profitable services help support moves towards this aim. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mooton. Before we move to the general debate, can I just have a quick show of hands of who is going to be speaking on this? So, Sue, Alistair. Okay, we're going to do an emergency, literally 3-minute comfort break, and then we'll be back. Right, can we all head back to our seats now, please? Thank you. Shall order? Hello, can we all head back to our seats now, please? Thank you. Order, as TJ's insisted, I say order. I should have brought the gavel, shouldn't I, TJ? I've been dying to do that. Right, so... Thank you very much, and thank you very kindly for bearing with us on our little quick comfort break there. We're going to move to the general debate, and I call on Councillor Shanks, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm really pleased to support this. I think it's great to see the Youth Council bringing this as well. We perhaps ought to have a slot. We often thought about that in the past, where the Youth Council do bring something to the council as often as possible, really, because having to get over 1,000 signatures is quite a lot. So, you know, I know you're talking about lots of other items, but I mean, generally, we'd certainly support this, and we'd like it to see a national scheme, really, because London has a different funding system, and I know they've had that for quite a while, and it advantages young people whose parents perhaps can't afford. Some parents will buy them an annual bus pass, won't they, and they can use that, and others can't. So I think it's really important. I'm very lucky that I'm in the older persons, whatever it is, age bracket that I get a free bus pass, and I mean, it's very useful, and it does mean that people use public transport. What we do want to encourage those to walk as well. So, you know, one of the disadvantages of having a bus pass is you think, oh, it's only one stop, but, you know, it's free. So I know my niece said that in London once. She said, oh, it's one stop, I can get on the bus. So, well, actually, it'd be good to walk. So we want to encourage young people to be able to travel safely with cycles and walking as well. And I know the traffic on the road sometimes militates against that. But being able to get the bus by yourself as well is really good for independence for young people. So we've been supporting this, but I think funding will be your sticking point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks. Councillor Moot there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like many of us, I use the bus every day. This week, while sheltering from the rain in the bus stop, I saw the King's Trust advert pointing out that 900,000 young people are out of work. And by young person, that could be up to 19 or up to the age of 24. So there's no doubt young people are having it tough at the moment. There has been a significant crash in the job market since Labour came to power. The one thing booming about the UK is unemployment. 5.1%, the highest joblessness rate since 2021. It was 4.2% when Labour took power. Payroll employment collapsed by 38,000 in a single month. It is now down 180,000 jobs since last November. As of late 2025, almost 1 million young people aged 16 to 24 are not in education, employment or training. There is a lack of entry-level and part-time positions, partly due to rising labour costs for employers, such as increased national insurance contributions and minimum wage hikes for younger workers, and the rise of AI automating some junior roles. So I can understand where this petition is coming from. Labour should be helping our young people. UK bus fares were first capped at £2 under a Conservative government. The Labour government were not so generous, increasing the cap to £3. But bus fares are already quite low. Free for young people under the age of 19 if accompanied by an adult. 50p at off-peak times if alone. Maybe this petition is really about taking more cars off the road to reduce the city's carbon emissions. What's wrong with young people trying to buy their own car? How are they going to be able to travel to work if they haven't got access to their own vehicles? And the council's finances are dire. Schools are cutting teachers. The council is closing libraries to save £30,000. Could the council really afford to make public transport free? No doubt there would have to be significant cuts to other services if the council were going to make bus travel free. And there have been too many of those already. Would older bus users be happy to see their fares rise to make up for the free bus travel for young people? Would Labour be prepared to cut other services even further to subsidise young people's bus fares? Somehow, I doubt it.
Thank you, Councillor McNair. Anybody else wish to add to the debate? No. Councillor Mooten, do you wish to respond to the debate, please?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I certainly do. Yeah, look, I want to really pick up on a couple of points there, if that's okay. Thank you. I think Councillor Shanks and perhaps Councillor McNair reference both having a bus pass and certainly for the older people, bus pass is an absolute lifeline. It means that so many of that age group can jump on the bus whenever they wish. And through our concessions as a council, we actually offer more than the minimum for that. And it does show that if you have a free access to buses, they are used. And I think it's a privilege. And I think often young people have got much less spare money than many old people, not universally, and many old people do struggle as well. But I think I'm really disturbed by Councillor McNair's comment there about, well, is this just some move to discourage people from getting a car? I think that's just so missing the point. Young people in this city, if you want to get about, we wouldn't say, well, wait till you can pass your driving test because there's a big long queue and then one day get a car. No, I want to really open up possibility. And you've come to this council today to say, look, under 19, full-time education, we want better access to buses. I completely am on board with that. And I want to really do thank you. Thank you to Eddie, Megan, Robert and Naomi for coming in today. I want you as Youth Council, and I really do invite you to keep our feet to the fire on this, because I think this is a key. It is unlocking something, and I don't think we can possibly dismiss the environment that perhaps the Tory group wishes to, because actually our city really needs many people to get onto buses. Councillor Shanks, yes, it's very good if it's a short distance to walk, but if you're time poor, which so many young people are, they've got a lot to do, given the opportunity to get on the buses, I think I'm so passionate about buses that I'd absolutely love to make bus fares as cheap as chips, or much cheaper in fact, and every single bus full, so they actually have to put on more buses because everybody is getting on the bus, and it'd be ridiculous to even think of getting a car or a lift because the buses is so cheap. That'd be my ambition. I'd love to see that, and to get to that point. I have to say we're a long way from that because our budgets aren't matching that ambition. But please keep inviting me to your youth council, talk about public transport, and I'll do what we can. Mayoral authorities come in as a potential way to unlock it, because Councillor Shanks mentioned some opportunities they have in London and other devolved authorities. I want to press and Manchester. I want to press that for our mayoral authority, and also want to press the governance models for the profits that making from the bus companies to help with enabling cheaper fares.
Thank you very much, Councillor Luke. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to put the recommendation to note the petition to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? All those against? All those wishing to abstain? Can we not be shouting out, please? We haven't made that quite clear at the beginning. Councillor Goddard, please don't shout out. Thank you. Councillor Goddard, please don't shout anymore. I would like to thank the Youth Council. I can confirm that the recommendation to note the petition has been carried. I would like to thank the Youth Council for presenting the petition and for joining the council meeting today. It's always a pleasure to have you. Have a wonderful Christmas. Okay, I will now call on Sarah Leddy to present their petition for debate relating to reduced traffic and air pollution on Lewis Road. Hello, I will remind you that you have up to 3 minutes to outline the reason for the petition and to confirm the number of signatories, please. Thank you.
Thank you to the Council for the opportunity to present this petition, which received 1,906 signatures. It asks the Council to urgently and inclusively address the levels of air pollution on Lewis Road. As a doctor and neurology registrar working at the Royal Sussex County Hospital, I see people who have a dementia, stroke and other conditions affecting the brain and nervous system every day. In 2020, The Lancet, one of the world's leading medical journals, included air pollution as a risk factor for dementia. In 2024, it highlighted that addressing the risk factors for this condition could potentially prevent almost half of dementia cases worldwide. The number of people living with dementia is predicted to rise to 1.7 million by 2040 in England and Wales alone. It is a devastating illness for individuals and families. Any measures that can be taken to prevent this condition make sense on an economic, medical and personal level. The 2024 report also offers hope, suggesting that reducing air pollution is linked to improved cognition or memory and a reduction in dementia risk, urging policymakers to implement ambitious changes. Stroke, a leading cause of disability and one of the most common causes of death worldwide, is another condition of the brain linked to air pollution. In 2024, The Lancet again published a study which revealed the high contribution, on a par with smoking, of particulate matter air pollution to fatal brain bleeds. This petition has been signed by many doctors who are passionate about the health of local residents. They are also concerned about the other serious conditions such as asthma, COPD and cancer, which I do not have time to discuss. It has been signed by many concerned parents. There are 5 schools and 3 nurseries along Lewis Road. My daughter attends one of these nurseries. I was unaware of the levels of air pollution in the area before enrolling her. My partner and I considered removing her, but leaving the incredible staff and other children without trying to make the situation better did not sit well with me as a doctor. Every morning and afternoon, there are lots of children walking to and from schools and nurseries on Lewis Road, alongside rows of cars and buses idling at the many sets of traffic lights. I am aware of 2 individuals who live and work on or near the Lewis Road who have had preterm births, both with babies spending weeks in intensive care prior to being allowed home. A study in 2021 found that air pollution contributed to almost 6 million preterm births in the US in 2019. Preterm babies are at increased risk of death, but also of lifelong conditions such as epilepsy, cerebral palsy and developmental delay. The cost is significant to the NHS, but the long-term psychological cost to any of these potentially difficult conditions is not to be underestimated. In the 1950s, doctors were slow to realise the impacts of smoking. It took a considerable amount of time for society to act. This is now something we all accept, while still allowing people to have the choice to engage in. With air pollution, many people do not have a choice, such as those living along Lewis Road, and many are unaware of the risks. Air pollution is no longer simply an environmental issue, it's a health issue, one which we can all make a difference to.
Sarah, we're out of time.
Oh, sorry.
Are you nearly done?
Excuse me?
Nearly done.
I hope that all members of the Council will be able to put aside their political differences to work together on this. Everyone in this room has the power to make significant improvements to people's health through the work that you do and the way that you communicate with the public. Thank you for what you've done so far. The signatories of this petition ask you to address Lewis Road as a matter of urgency.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Levy, for bringing this petition and bringing your direct professional experience of devastating conditions affecting many in our nation, including our city, and bringing your experience as a concerned parent and concerned other parents and other residents, representing many who have signed this petition. At a recent air quality meeting in Sussex University, which I and council officers attended, clinical professionals presented research on health impacts of air quality. There is no question there are relationships between air quality and respiratory and other health conditions, as you rightly inform us here. Unlike the Tory group's media protestations, clean air is not a woke agenda. Rather, we have a statutory duty to improve air quality. That was established in 1995. We comply with the national air quality standards and have done since 2023. Set within this epidemiological and public health guidance, our stated voluntary drive towards tighter WHO standards is more ambitious than their alignment with EU legislation, with most member states' 2030 target. Regarding Lewis Road as a potential clean air pilot scheme, monitoring shows that nitrogen dioxide NO2 hotspots on AQMA 1 A270 are concentrated around Elm Grove, Vogler Gyratory, Hollingdean Road and Coombe Terrace, while surrounding schools are suburbs generally experience cleaner air quality between Trinity Street and Inverness Street has improved. In this area, we have instigated targeted measures such as the Lewis Road Red Route, dedicated cycle lanes, school street schemes, more public EV charging infrastructure, old bendy buses retired after 16 years in 2023, new express services including 3X and 25X this autumn, encouraging fewer car journeys, working with bus operators for a clean fleet, including the fully EV buses in the city from 2026. There is more to do. We will show leadership in improving air quality. At the next enhanced partnership meeting, I will propose to all of our bus operators we set a timeline for all buses to meet Euro 6 emission standards or more citywide, and expand our bus-based ultra-low emission zone, or ULEZ, along Lewis Road up to at least the bus depot, London Road to St Peter's and St James's Street. With more zebra funding, we could even look at electrifying Lewis Road bus depot and opening up a much cleaner bus fleet in that part of the city. The Council must stress improving air quality is not solely our responsibility. Residents, local communities, businesses, health and education establishments play a crucial role through behavioural change and consumer choices. Continued reductions in traffic-related NO2 will deliver significant health benefits. We agree that a public meeting should be held to begin with an invitee session involving key local stakeholders, community representatives and technical specialists to build on constructive work we have achieved to date. It's proposed. Future initiatives or pilot schemes will be informed by the latest empirical studies to ensure effectiveness and public health benefits. We will look carefully at the experience from other cities with targeted clean air zones such as Bradford. Any pilot scheme must be evidence-driven using our publicly available real-time air quality monitoring data. AMPR cameras would provide data on vehicles failing to meet ULEZ standards and help assess zero-emission uptake. Targeted measures will see further improvements called for today. And I thank you, and we are listening to your call. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Luton. I note that there is a Green Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor Pickett. We have 3 minutes, Councillor Pickett.
Thank you, Chair. According to the Government's 2025 Environmental Improvement Plan, air pollution remains one of the biggest environmental threats to human health and continues to cause damage to the environment. It is not surprising then to find out that those bringing this petition before Council today are either local health consultants or scientists working in the field of air quality control. They know what they're talking about and have solutions to improve air quality, particularly in the Lewis Road area, an area that has one of the worst air quality readings in the city. 60% of particulate air pollution from our roads is in the form of resuspended road dust from tyre and brake wear, and not from tailpipe emissions as many have been misled to believe. The only way to reduce this is by reducing the number of cars on the road. So whilst we are told that by 2035, 100% of new vehicle sales will be zero emissions, this will help support reductions in CO2 emissions, but it won't mitigate the problem of particulate pollution. Additionally, research has shown that wood-burning stoves in urban areas are responsible for almost half of people's exposure to cancer-causing chemicals found in air pollution particles. Even eco-designed stoves emit 750 times more tiny particles than a modern HGV truck. Scientists have stated that wood burners triple the level of harmful pollution inside homes and should be sold with a health warning. The 2025 report on air quality from the Royal College of Physicians estimates that poor air quality costs the UK 27 billion and contributes to 30,000 deaths per year. 50 billion if related impacts such as dementia are also included.
Advances in exposure assessment, modelling and population health studies show that even lower levels of air pollution adversely affect our health, with those living in the most deprived communities in the UK, who are already at risk of health inequality, affected the most. Individuals living in the 20% most deprived areas in England experience 8% higher average PM2.5 concentrations than those in the 20% least deprived. Older people and children such as Awab Ishak are impacted the most. Additionally, people from ethnic minority backgrounds typically experience a greater burden. Lewis Road, along with North Road and Preston Circus area, are all severely impacted zones. Council monitoring systems show that daily air pollution targets set in 2022 are being failed 25% of the time, and that more stringent WHO safe levels are being violated 82% of the time. Residents deserve accurate, transparent and trusted information about the health impacts of indoor and outdoor air pollution exposure, and practical advice to reduce this. The actions of this petition will benefit everyone. Therefore, we should heed these expert requests, and this amendment further requests the commission of a report that includes a clean air pilot scheme for Lewis Road for further consideration by Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pickett. Can I ask who's seconding from the Green Party? Yeah, Councillor Shanks, thank you for seconding. We're now going to move to the general debate. Would anybody like to join the debate from the services? No, from the independents? No, Councillor Newton, do you wish to respond to the debate and indicate whether the amendment has been accepted? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I wish to thank Councillor Pickett for from the Green Group for a number of points well made, but I'd also do think the focus of this petition, I think we will call on, my response to the petition will be sufficient to take this forward. We do have I hear that point about, we get rid of all vehicles entirely in that zone. I'm not convinced that is the answer. I think having a vehicle-free Lewis Road isn't quite the answer. I do hear that point, but I think the drive towards zero tailpipe emission, zero emissions as the government sets out in its plans, but also as a city, we are very ambitious moving towards fully EV vehicles. Is probably most more pragmatic. I hear that point. If there are other particular emissions with moving vehicles, but to take all vehicles off the road doesn't quite stack up from my perspective. I think we need a vibrant city, we need a growing city, we need access to services, and to tackle inequality. I think we really do need people to move around in buses and private vehicles, particularly the low emission, zero tailpipe emission vehicles. I certainly don't believe we get rid of all vehicles that could possibly produce any form of particulate. But it is the case that we do need to tackle PM 2.5 and NOx pollution, and I believe our response as it stands to this petition is a good next step. So I don't accept the amendment, but I'm very happy to work with all parties, and particularly all residents and local groups and professionals to drive forward this, so we can actually take on a targeted approach and look at how we best tackle this, particularly in Lewis Road, but you also mentioned Preston Circus and Preston area as well. We do need to look at our hotspots on our air quality pollution. The AQMA's set out a clear target. We are committed to the air quality action plan as a city, and we will deliver targeted action to get to those standards well above the legal minimum, and drive towards our WHO target, which we have committed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moon. Can I just confirm you did say that you were not accepting the Green Group amendment? Okay, thank you. I will now put the amendment to the vote, the Green Group amendment to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Okay, confirm that the amendment has been lost. I will now put the recommendations as per the original report to the vote. Does the council agree? Agree. Do we need to have a... Yeah, can all those in agreement raise your hands, please? Can any against raise your hands? And any abstentions? Okay, thank you very much. I can confirm that the recommendations have been carried. I would like to thank Sarah for presenting the petition and for joining the council meeting today. Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you. Okay, so it's 7:10. We're now going to have a half-hour break. So can I see you all back in here at 8:22, please? Thank you. circulated with addendum number 4. Oral questions from councillors. I've been notified of 18 questions and these will be taken in the order detailed in the agenda. I would remind councillors that 30 minutes is set aside for oral questions and therefore not all questions may be dealt with at the meeting. Sorry. And I would ask that the responses are kept brief to enable as many questions as possible to be heard. I'm going to move straight to question number 2. I would like to welcome Councillor McNair to put your question on food waste and rubbish collection. Thank you, Councillor McNair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Residents have been contacting us about the poor food waste collections. Residents have been told to put food waste out by 5 a.m, but it's not collected until 9:15 p.m. Food waste collections have also been missed quite often. What is the council doing to improve reliability of this service?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor McNair, for the question. The launch of our food waste collections has been very successful. Actually, it surpassed even our sort of, most optimistic assumptions in terms of uptake. Obviously, being a new service, the reliability of the collections has been a major focus. And of course, out of what are we doing now? 73,000 properties now have a weekly food waste collection. Of course, there's going to be a handful that are missed and some issues getting the service up and running. But it's as far as reliability goes, I would say it's been pretty successful. And zooming out, not just with food waste and reminding ourselves of where we are now on the collection service more generally. Now that we've got the 73,000 households covered by food waste collections, every week we collect about 190,000 collections of various waste streams around the city. And just the last few weeks of data, just to illustrate that, out of those 190,000, the first week of November, we collected 99.9% on time. The second week of November, 98.8%. The third week, 99.4%. The fourth week, 98%. And the first week of December, 98.7%. We're not finished yet. We want to get to 0 missed collections, but we're routinely collecting 98 or 99% of waste now. And crucially, we know what we've missed straight away without residents having to report it because of the technology that we've put in to replace the scraps of paper that the service was running on when we took over in May 2023.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkins. Councillor McNair, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Residents have contacted us about the number of boxes being collected in some, or being put out by residents is going down. Some streets only have 13 boxes put out of 100 houses. What is the council doing to increase uptake of food collections?
Councillor Wilkins.
Wrote that supplementary before you did the answer.
Yeah, I know, right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, uptake was well above what we modelled. We were typically, when you introduce a new service like food waste like this, you tend to get something like 50% uptake to begin with. In the first week or two of phase 1, we were looking at more like 60 to 70%. So, there might be individual streets where uptake hasn't been great, but on the whole, all the data I've seen has been that it's very good. Obviously, this is on the back of expanding recycling earlier this year. Next year, once we've got all of the additional waste streams that we're adding to the recycling, we're going to be really sort of going hard on the behaviour change and the messaging on, this is now what recycling and waste looks like in Brighton and Hove, and really sort of going hard to sort of maximise that uptake.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkins. I would like to welcome Councillor Fishley to put your question, please.
Thank you. This question is about the covenant on the land in West Saltdean, which was subject of a NOM and a deputation at the October Full Council. Please would you tell us how officers are getting on with investigating what action the council can take with regard to enforcing the covenant, and when should we expect to see the first draft of their report?
Councillor Wilkins.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Fishley, for the question. We've spent a fair bit of time on this since it was last discussed in this chamber following the notice of motion. and that includes seeking legal advice in relation to the 1938 covenant, which I think is fair to say probably doesn't have the rigorous wording that one would expect of a modern legal document. Officers are currently working on the report to Cabinet, but it's my intention to keep residents and ward councillors updated along the way, so you don't have to wait for that report, so that you're sort of in the loop on that. I just want to shout out and say thanks to Mr. Ruffsedge for helping us to identify the new owner, because I think we were exchanging a few emails earlier and the land registry has not yet updated with the new owner, so that's been very helpful to get not just the name of that owner but indeed the contact details. So thank you very much to him for that, and we'll be reaching out to that new owner to start a dialogue shortly. I also just want to say thanks to you two ward councillors as well as residents in the area for taking the time to actually show me around and talk through the issues and everything. I think with all of these things it comes alive much more when you can actually see it with your own two eyes. It was very clear to me after that visit that the patch is very highly valued and used by the community that surrounds it, and I'll certainly continue to support residents and ward councillors in protecting the space.
Thank you, Councillor Okins. Councillor Fish, did you have a supplementary? No. Thank you. I'd like to move to welcome Councillor Helliwell to put your question on area school streets, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Earlier this year, the Council carried out a public consultation on improving school streets through the use of ANPR cameras. Could you update us on the outcome of that consultation and on the progress of the associated application to the Department of Transport for additional powers to make our streets and school gates safer? I'm particularly interested in this in relation to helping to solve the parking issues around Peter Gladwin School and Hill Park School in Portslade. Thank you.
Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Helliwell, for your question. School street schemes are proven to establish safer environments at school gates, removing hazards of moving vehicles, creating a much safer environment for children, parents, carers to gather, and with it encourage more active travel and public transport to and from the school gate, notably improvement to air quality. So vital for children, adults, ahead of public health. More so, school gate is where a number of pupils and additional access needs. Cars at the school gate block access for those who most need them. Thanks to the Labour government, new guidance was issued last year for new school streets to have ANPR cameras to enforce rather than solely reliant on volunteers and school staff. However, gaining and moving traffic powers was not seen as a priority to previous administrations. So at the time, we couldn't respond agile to that. So earlier this year, we consulted residents asking, should we apply for such powers? And the consultation indicated a high level of resident support for introducing safer school streets using ANPR monitoring, rather than sole reliance on volunteers and staff. To implement this, the council had to apply for moving traffic powers from the government, which we did in July. I'm happy to inform everybody here that we received notification from the Department for Transport. The application has been successful and those powers have been granted by central government to this authority, which came into effect from last Tuesday the 9th of December 2025. That means we can move forward with this scheme. We're now looking to begin with a pilot scheme in one school street before rolling it out to more schools next year. When we're ready to announce more details about this pilot, we'll update further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. Councillor Helliwell, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to welcome Councillor Shanks to put your question on library scrutiny recommendations, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Despite the unanimous vote of the Scrutiny Committee, perhaps the Council could tell me why the library cuts were proceeded with in the Cabinet recently.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks. Councillor Robbins?
Yes, the scrutiny recommendations were referenced in the Cabinet report in spite of Councillor Shanks not being able to find them to start with. But this was alongside other, and were part of the decision-making process, but this was alongside other considerations such as needs and usage analysis in the EIA.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Councillor Shanks, do you have a supplementary?
I mean, my supplementary might really be to the heads of scrutiny. Sorry, yeah, okay, right, I'll carry on. The supplementary might really be to the chairs of scrutiny, but so in view of the disregard of scrutiny in this case. I'm asking really what is the point of spending a long time scrutinising something which the Cabinet members have already decided to put through. I mean, I don't know if the Chair of Scrutiny would like to answer that, but it's you know, Councillor Robbins has already answered that they decided not to do it. It hasn't explained to me why they ignored it, despite a lot of people being against it. But
Councillor Robbins, would you like to respond, please?
Well, Councillor Shanks is quite right. I did say that it was considered, along with other considerations. So it was considered. You know, it was put forward, it was considered, and a decision was made by Cabinet. That's the way it should be working. Surely that proves that scrutiny is working rather than it's not working. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Can we have no peripheral noises, please? I would like to welcome Councillor Meadows to put your question on winter bus service in Hollingbury. Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Last year, the 46 bus did not get round to large parts of Hollingbury for 5 days because of a lack of gritting. This meant that many people were prisoners in their own homes. Can we be reassured that this year and early 2026, if there is snowfall, this bus route will be kept clear and well gritted?
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillor Meadows, for your question. I was prepared for a bit of detail about the buses and the reliability. We absolutely are prepared for the winter gritting. We've actually done a huge amount in improving our services this year. So we've actually gone to a dedicated team from our highways contractor, RJ Dance, to carry out all-weather gritting operations. This moves from reliance upon our environmental services refuge operations, which we had last year, and previously, which affected the collection of refuse. So we're definitely improving that. We're also aware that last year we had some problems with that particular bus service, we've made those improvements, working with a new operator. And we've seen significant improvements. We've looked at some data on reliability data already, and we've seen improvements there. So we are expecting a much better service, both from the bus service and from our gritting teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooting. Councillor Meadows, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Will the council ensure that all the yellow grit bins are full across Hollingbury and Patcham in the high areas, as residents can then help grit the roads where necessary? Thank you.
Councillor Meadows. Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Meadows. Be very pleased to know we've actually done an audit of we have 400 grit bins which the public are welcome to use, and we have checked all of these bins in preparation for winter and have filled these, any of that were empty. In severe weather, our grit bin can use outside. Grit outside for destinations, hospitals, and public are welcome to use the salt in the highway near the owned properties of these and the neighbours. We audit grit bins. For instance, we inspected 50 bins in Withdean in October this year, including condition of the bin and the salt levels. And we do that across the city. So yes, I give some level of assurance that we're in a good place, ready for winter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. I would like to welcome Councillor Earthy to put your question on what practical steps are the Labour administration to encourage the effective, widespread adoption of JEST rule across the city's surgeries. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You just read my question now. Why am I standing here? Given the resource constraints on the NHS and the exponential rise in healthcare costs, it is essential that frontline diagnostic services, especially GP surgeries, are made as efficient as possible, who do not fail to diagnose conditions which, if developed unchecked, become very costly or impossible to treat. So, to repeat the Mayor, what practical steps are the Labour administration taking to encourage the effective, widespread adoption of JEST rule across the city's NHS GP surgery? This is not a trivial question, as I don't see why we're laughing.
Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Councillor Mark, for your question. Just to explain what Jess's rule is, it's a new UK patient safety initiative for GPs in England, introduced recently requiring them to pause and critically reevaluate a patient's care if they present with the same symptoms or concerns 3 times without a clear diagnosis or improvement. Named after Jessica Brady, it encourages a reflect, review, rethink approach to catch serious illnesses like cancer sooner, aiming to prevent tragic, preventable deaths by ensuring persistent symptoms are not missed. Although this is something for GPs rather than the council, it would be a very good subject for our council's Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee, as then we will get the opportunity to properly understand how our local GPs are putting Jess's rule into practice. And I will be putting this idea forward to the committee chair, my colleague, Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. Councillor Earthy, please, do you have a supplementary that I have no prior knowledge of whatsoever?
Yeah, really good. Thank you for the answer. I think you've probably answered my supplementary question. But what I will say is, my question is prompted by the observation that funding for the NHS may not always be going to the right places. Underfunding primary care only serves to place big unnecessary burdens on secondary and tertiary care. So for the sake of a modest increase in resources to GPs, Jess may not have been turned away multiple times. And sadly, she's not alone. So thus we cannot pay lip service to Jess's rule. So my supplementary question, I think you may have already half answered, is please can you assure this chamber that the Labour administration will not pay lip service to Jess's rule, that you will do whatever you can to enforce it across the city's GP surgeries, with hospital, whatever, and you will lobby central government to improve the funding of frontline diagnostic services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earthy. Councillor Alexander?
Yes, just to repeat that we will be looking at it for Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and maybe it might be something that the Health and Wellbeing Board can look at as well, so I should be putting that to Councillor Pfizer as well to see if that's something that will fit in. And you can take my insurance, we will make sure that Jess's rule takes place and is understood and worked on properly.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. I'd like to welcome Councillor De Oliveira to put your question on libraries.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Robbins, to start, I only have a brief question. Have you closed more libraries this week?
Councillor Robbins.
And I'll give you a very brief answer, no.
Councillor Oliveira, do you have a supplementary?
With public services like libraries being cut, the cost of living still high, and opposition councillors not having much access to scrutinize the upcoming budget, will residents' council tax still go up next year?
Councillor Robbins.
Well, I think Councillor Taylor's answered it. You know, we can't give you an insight to the budget until we know what's fully in it. And you know, I didn't quite understand what you was asking. Are you asking that I guarantee that no changes will happen again next year? That's me.
I think we might just move on now from here. Okay. Go on then, Bruno.
It's the second time he used that as a debate but no answer the question. If you release the tape next council, he asked the same question. I don't understand your question. So it's not much I can help. Is it my accent that you don't understand with the question? Because the second time you used that.
Look, I'm very sorry. I'm extremely hard of hearing. I have these things that pump it directly into my ear. And I didn't follow what your question was. If it's, you know, and the other thing I'll say is it would help if you gave as a lead to the question something other than libraries. You know, if you could put there more about what you want to talk about with libraries, then we'd know what you are. So maybe it's best if you email me your query, then I can answer it fully and properly for you. But I'm ever so sorry that I can't hear properly. I'll try and do something about it.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. We're going to move on to Councillor Sheard. Put your question, please, Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We all know that after 14 years of austerity and budget squeezing, officers are covering tasks once done by 3 or 4. To give them a fighting chance, can the administration stress that it's embracing the rapid development of AI technology to support our staff in new ways of delivering services for our city?
Thank you, Councillor Sheard. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our council is confronting financial pressures without precedent, recognising both the severity of our circumstances, but also the massive strides that have happened recently in emerging technologies. Recently, we launched a bold set of pilot schemes titled Turbocharging Innovation. The radical and ambitious programme had the purpose to test innovative technologies which we could find at high speed to identify which ones could improve delivery of services whilst also mitigating the impact of increasing costs. We're now reviewing the data of these pilots, and I'm expecting to receive a full report in the early part of January. But preliminary findings look very promising, and with projections showing the potential for millions of pounds worth of savings in the upcoming budget. These will manifest in several ways, particularly through technology cutting the cost of service delivery, removing laborious, repetitive administrative tasks from officers, and allowing us to redeploy more staff to the front line of customer services, cutting waiting times and speeding up responsiveness to residents. These technologies also help us spot and cut fraud, recover council debt more effectively, and pre-identify people with emerging needs to act to prevent more complex and costly problems at source. Cutting the cost of external contracts, making more intelligent decisions and making them quicker, and cutting waiting times on calls, emails, and other customer service interactions. We are the party of Labour in administration here, and as part of that, we want to equip our staff to have the tools they need to do the best work they can for the residents of our city. Hence why this will be a key pillar for us going forward. This is the kind of bold, creative and positive leadership that the people of Brighton and Hove expect, and we plan to be a pioneering and exemplary local authority in this field.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Sheard, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. We see our local authorities are already embracing this technological revolution. To put it bluntly, we are not alone. To this end, can Councillor Allen elaborate how the administration is learning from these other local authorities in their use of AI?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Yes, my eminent friend Councillor Sheard is absolutely right. Other local authorities have been looking at this area as well. In September it was, I met with officers from Peterborough City Council to talk about some of their pioneering artificial intelligence work. We've also been doing in-depth learnings from Derby City Council and Northamptonshire Council, who are also leading the way in this area. In the pilots I mentioned earlier, we started from a pool of 700 ideas, and about a third of those were ideas already being incorporated into the general day-to-day practice of other local authorities. So it's certainly something that we are not the first to catch on to, but we will.
Hold fire, is it?
Could the councillor put this in a briefing to all members rather than filibustering?
That's not a point of order, Councillor West. Carry on, Councillor Allen.
Well, I appreciate a question from the Greens, who have never questioned me on anything before, because they don't care about customer service. So I welcome Councillor West's intervention. Right. Of course, all our AI work is on the front page of the Wave. Every time he opens his council laptop, he had the opportunity to read about it. But I'm glad he brought up his interest now.
Right, can we move on, please, to the next question? Thank you. I'd like to welcome Councillor Lyons to put your question on winter preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What lessons have been learned from last year to keep our city moving during the winter cold spells?
Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lyons, for your interest and enthusiasm in our improvements to winter preparedness. My response to Councillor Meadows on her question, winter bus service in Hollandbury, was mostly about winter quitting, so excuse any overlap. We've changed the way we deliver our winter service this year. We've improved operations for both environmental services and winter gritting service. This year we're using a dedicated team from our highways contractor RJ Dance. to carry out all winter grittings operations. This moves from reliance on our environmental service refuge operations, which in the past have affected the collection of refuge. A win-win for residents. We developed the Blackrock Depot to accommodate the service and a base for the service to store gritting vehicles, salt and equipment needed. We have 300 tonnes of grit with more available on standby, more than enough. Last year we used around 200 tonnes of grit the entire winter period. This year we have 4 main gritting routes and 4 vehicles which we used by contractors to grit the roads. That's more than last year. We saw our first snowfall on the 19th of November and we've successfully gritted the roads multiple times already. The contractors on standby 24/7 and we respond to changes to the weather at short notice. The service runs from the beginning of November to the end of March, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week when it's needed. And we've got great weather forecasts to inform us about this. We're doing really well. So it's much better than before, and I thank you for your interest.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. Councillor Lyons, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I do. A short answer will be fine, but can you assure residents in the north of the city, such as West Dean, that they won't be treated as second-class citizens for gritting services?
Councillor Mooton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lyons. We'd like to treat them as first-class citizens, as we do for all our residents. We have 400 grit bins, and the public are welcome to use. We have an audit of grit bins. For instance, we inspected 50 bins in Withdean in October this year, including condition of bin and what salt levels. We identified 8 of those bins in poor condition. We started replacements across the city in October and remain all will be completed by this month. And so, yes, I'm confident we will treat all our residents as first-class citizens when it comes to making sure that the pavements and pathways are gritted as well as the roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooton. I'd like to welcome Councillor Cholak. Put your question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was recently contacted by a resident who wished to bring to my attention a campaign nationally around motor neurone disease and the challenge that's faced across the UK in ensuring access to timely and affordable home adaptations under the Disabled Facilities Grant. I wonder if you could let me know what the average time frame for both simple and complex adaptations currently are.
Thank you, Councillor Cholak. Councillor Alexander.
Thank you for your question. So the Disabled Facilities Grant is designed to support a wide spectrum of needs for individuals with disabilities, and as such, we don't prioritise one long-term condition over another. And while we fully recognise the significant impact of conditions such as motor neuron disease, it is important to note that progression and severity of such illnesses can vary greatly between individuals. For example, someone with multiple sclerosis or Parkinson's disease may present with needs that are more advanced and debilitating at the point of referral than an individual with an early stage MND diagnosis. So to ensure fairness and consistency, our approach is to access each case based on the evidence provided at the time of referral. Where there is a clear rationale to prioritise due to presenting needs or associated risks, the team will act accordingly regardless of the specific condition. So really, to answer your question, waiting times for works to commence for major adaptations are approximately 3 to 5 months. And we appreciate that this can be challenging for applicants and their families, but we remain committed to managing referrals in a way that is fair and responsive to the most urgent needs.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. Councillor Cholak, do you have a supplementary?
No, thank you.
I'd like to welcome Councillor Pickett to put your question.
Sorry, Chair. As I noted before, the government's Environment Improvement Plan, contains worrying statistics that evidence a clear correlation between air pollution and illness and death. The WHO have stated that there is no safe level of air pollution with regard to PM 2.5. With this information in mind, when will the administration change tack from advising people not to use wood burners and instead use alternative means, perhaps with the use of fines as a way to enforce compliance, as advising does not seem to be working?
Councillor Oakins.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Pickett. Yeah, I welcome the environmental improvement plan from the government, and I think she and I both agree that air quality is a major problem in this city, which is obviously why we've taken the quote unquote woke steps that Councillor Lyons described. And I might just riff on that a little bit when I come to it in a minute. But yeah, it is a problem, and I think Councillor Pickett will be aware, as I think she was part of the scrutiny committee, that what we started last year is a sort of journey towards improving air quality, particularly from burning solid fuel. So not just making one change and then that's it. It's very much been a focus on sort of raising awareness. And you're quite right. I think it's we really need to be strong in our rebuttals to people that say, well, as long as you're using an eco stove or whatever, then it's totally fine. There is no way of burning solid fuels that does not release harmful particulate matter. And I think the key thing here is that we are a densely populated city. So if you're burning those solid fuels in a densely populated area, clearly that pollution is going to affect many more people. And it's obviously disappointing that we've been, I don't know, I sometimes think that if the right-wing press, like the Mail and the Telegraph, are describing you as woke, it probably means you're doing something right. But seeing Councillor Lyons take that litany of errors to the Telegraph last week was amusing more than anything else. When he criticised the campaign as woke without sort of referencing the fact that he actually voted to continue it in the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. He also voted to pursue the expansion of smoke control areas. So congratulations, Councillor Lyons, you are now woke. He mentioned that we were trying to ban wood burning stoves. We're not. Nobody's ever mentioned that. And even if we wanted to do that, we don't have the powers to do it. So that's.
Can we please stop talking about individual councillors, please? Thank you.
Okay, I'm just making the point, I suppose, Madam Mayor, that we need to be really strong in rebutting.
Can you please stop? We did make a point of saying at the start of this meeting to make things not personal, so I would like to stick to that, please. Councillor Meadows. Is it a point of order?
Thank you. Point of order, Madam Mayor, and I do have a point of order. That is the third councillor of the Labour Party that has mentioned Councillor Lyons and tried to be derogatory about him. This now constitutes bullying. Thank you. There will be a complaint.
I have just asked the room to refrain from making personal comments. Councillor Allen.
Madam Mayor, one of the Nolan principles is accountability, and we believe that councillors should be accountable for the decisions they take as a councillor.
Please sit down now, please, Councillor Allen. We're now going to go back to Councillor Pickett. Have you got a supplementary?
Thanks, Chair. It's really good that Councillor Rokins is now in agreement. I'm really pleased to hear that. I just wonder then, is there a plan for this compliance?
I'm assuming you're referring to existing smoke control areas. We have been using the phrase enforcing. I think, as you know, we've been leaning more into educating and providing good information so that residents can make informed choices. We're not yet proposing to start. We can place fines on residents where there's sort of persistent contraventions of smoke control areas, but I think really, the focus is trying to educate. But there'll be further measures coming down the line, and I think that was probably set out and indeed agreed unanimously by the members of the scrutiny.
Thank you, Councillor Rokins. We've actually gone over the time limit, but because of the repeated interruptions, we will be allowing Councillor Theobald to put her question. Please go ahead, Councillor Theobald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very kind. Residents are worried that if a hire scheme for e-scooters is approved, this will only encourage the number of illegal e-scooters to increase. If most people are against the e-scooter hire scheme in the consultation, will the council cancel the scheme? Thank you.
Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Theobald. You raised a really good point about illegal use of e-scooters. It is a very concerning aspect of our city. I think many people want to try an e-scooter, And I think forcing them, anybody who wants to try one, forcing them straight into criminality, opening that door, is really not the answer. We'll just have a regulated scheme which allows people to do so safely. Put a maximum speed limit, and the legal limit is 15 miles per hour, but that's a bit too fast. Let's go for 12.5 miles an hour, and actually after midnight, drop it down to 6 miles an hour, because we can control this. And make sure it really is an offer, and you get cheaper prices. You wear a helmet, have lights and number plates on them, and geofence it so we can decide where will scooters actually take place or not. It's so much safer than the suggestion that the only way to do it is go criminal. I don't agree with Councillor Beerbold on this. I really think it's a flawed mentality to suggest if you want to try an e-scooter, open on that door of criminality. Please, take on board this offer of a regulated scheme. It's a great opportunity for the city to try it. It's controlled by the government. They're going to try it. We're monitoring it very carefully. And I encourage anybody who's yet to respond to the consultation, please take this, try it out, and give us a go of this, because I think it's going to be a safe way to try this new way of micro-mobility around our city. And with the checks and balances we're putting in, need a provisional or full driving licence, number plate, be traceable. Any misappropriation of it, you won't be able to hire it again. It's really well thought through. As you haven't responded to the consultation and you'd like to try e-scooters legally and not break the law and get into criminality, please respond well to it, because it is a fantastic opportunity. If it's done well, and I believe with our trusted partner in Beryl, we will do it well and do it safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Councillor Theobald, have you got a supplementary?
Thank you. Well, I'm not actually against it, but the residents have actually are concerned. So if the scheme is approved, how will the council ensure that pedestrianised areas are kept free of e-scooters and pedestrians to keep them safe? I think that's the worry of it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Theobald. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Theobald. I want to reassure residents we are absolutely listening, and you raise a very good point. How do we do this? And the point about this trial, for our trusted partner in Beryl, we're going to, each scooter will be geofenced, so we won't be able to ride them on pavements, but we'll define where they can ride it on the road, cycle path. We won't be able to put them onto the promenade or the undercliff or other areas of the city. It'll be very defined. So the technology that goes with this trial means exactly that. We will ensure that these e-scooters will not be in places where we don't want them to be. So we're listening to residents. This regulated approach with carefully monitored speeds and higher systems is exactly to address the concern that you and other residents have raised. It's so important that we do this and we don't have e-scooters where we don't want them, but we do this safely under regulated conditions. So again, please, anybody who wants to try it, respond to the consultation and express your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Newton. We have now reached the deadline for oral questions, and I suggest that we now move on. Okay, so item 59. I will call on Councillor McGregor to introduce the item. Thank you, Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Brighton and Hove's nightlife has changed dramatically over the last 2 decades, and to be frank, our licensing policy has not kept with that pace. Since 2007, we've made tweaks and updates to the policy, but at its core, it still reflects a framework built after the Licensing Act of 2003 and implemented in 2007. In that time, nightlife has transformed beyond recognition. Venues are struggling like never before, and the danger that vulnerable people face in a night out are simply not imaginable in 2003. In my first year as councillor, as lead for the nighttime economy, I spent a lot of time listening to venues across our city. What I heard time and time again was our licensing policy no longer reflected the reality that they were operating in. Music venues are disappearing, pubs and clubs are closing at a rate of 1 every day nationally, and nightclubs are almost gone. And thankfully, Brighton and Hove is still doing better than most other places. Time Out even called us the 7th best nightlife in the world, ahead of Bangkok, Athens and Amsterdam. And all I have to say is, Las Vegas, we are coming for you. But we're still facing the fact that we've lost key parts of our nightlife history over the years. And now is the time for us to step in and do what we can to halt and reverse this trend. When I became licensing chair, the first thing we did was hold a licensing summit. We opened the door, brought the city in, and something that had never been done before. Because if we were going to change this policy, we had to get it done together. We started with roundtables in this very room, with residents, businesses, community groups and the police, and then we opened up to the public for several weeks. We listened to every single idea that came in, and one message came through loud and clear. The cumulative impact zone simply wasn't working. For those of you who've not been on the licensing committee, a cumulative impact zone is basically the idea that there's too many bars and clubs in the city. How could there be too many bars and clubs when we're losing them at the highest rate we've ever seen? Those of us who sit on panels know this problem all too well. Too often the question becomes, are there too many alcohol licences and not, is this a safe venue? And we want to change that. If this policy is approved tonight, starting in January, we'll replace the CIZ with a city safety area. That means every new licence and every variation will come with stronger safety expectations. Every licence will require a spiking policy, regardless of restaurant, club, pub. If you sell alcohol, you must have a spiking policy. Every venue should be focused on keeping people safe, not throwing them out on the street. Instead of throwing people on the street, we expect them to go to the night marshals who will help them get home. We're also introducing an all-in, all-out policy. That greatly reduces the risk of people being left alone late at night. The next big change is about backing the venues that make Brighton and Hove what it is. There are so many brilliant, well-run, safe venues in the city, places that have gone above and beyond for years, and too often they've felt that the bigger, newer operators get an easy ride. So we're introducing the Good Operators Policy, the first of its kind in the entire country. If you've been operating for 5 years or more with no significant licence issues, we are going to look favourably on a variation and a new application. It's about trust. Trust in the venues that help build us nightlife in the first place. Finally, we need more diversity in our nighttime economy. For too long, late night licences have been refused across the board. This means that all that's left after 11 is pubs and bars approved a decade ago. So we're opening things up, allowing restaurants and some other venues to stay open later, giving people more choice. That means families, groups, friends being able to go out for a meal until 1 a.m, because a busier nightlife with different types of venues is a safer one. Alongside grassroots music venues and non-alcohol focused spaces, this creates a nighttime economy that works for more people, one that's safer and one that's much more resilient. I want to specifically mention our brilliant licensing officers who have been amazing during this process, and they've pushed the policy as far as it can possibly go in doing things that we've never done before in our city. This is the biggest change to licensing in the last 15 years. It backs good venues, it improves safety, and it protects what makes Brighton special. And I believe it's the right policy at the right time for Brighton and Hove, and I urge members to support it.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. We will now move to the general debate. I call upon Councillor Sykes.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I won't say massive amount. I'm obviously followed this closely through licensing committee, and I'm colleagues expressed some concerns about some of the proposed changes. Initially, we were a bit worried about the presumption of the ending, the presumption of refusal in the CIZ city safety area, and didn't really understand much about in the papers about how the learning from the way the CIZ performed in terms of the licensing objectives. We had concerns about sort of the limited impact in terms of public health of the changes, and also to the background of national changes, the licensing reform task force, the deregulatory agenda there, and how would that interact with what we were proposing here. But on reflection, looking at it and reflecting on it, the presumption of refusal replaced by a more nuanced approach using crime stats, safety, cumulative impact as well. The safety first door policy, the good operator policy, which Councillor McGregor mentioned, and we've actually started thinking about this on panels. So I think it's a way of thinking that we've had on licensing panels for some time, but to crystallise that in the SOLP, I think makes sense. And the grassroots venue incorporation, and there's not necessarily a licensing requirement for grassroots venues, but I understand the desire to increase the profile and support the opening up of grassroots venues, so to support that part of the sector. And also what came across in discussion in committee was Councillor McGregor's passion for this and the work he's put into it. So very much in favour of these changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Councillor Lyons.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. The nighttime economy needs our help. We need to focus on reversing the decline in pubs, clubs and similar venues, whilst making our city a more vibrant place to go out. In our view, measures need to be put in place to address disproportionate restrictions imposed by us as a council on licences. Businesses are struggling with the national living wage, increases in national insurance and a reduction in business rates relief by the government. As Conservatives, we seek to balance hospitality growth with public order and support measures like temporary licensing relaxations, business-friendly reforms and strong enforcement against irresponsible operators. Brighton and Hove score significantly worse than the England average for alcohol-specific hospital admissions for under 18s. Our licensing policies need to be enforced further to protect our children from harm by preventing sales to minors and proxy purchases. Perhaps trading standards teams should be authorised to undertake more supervised test purchases using underage volunteers to check compliance with age restrictions. Whilst we broadly support the 2026 licensing policy, there is still more that can be done in our opinion, including extra CCTV cameras and upgraded street lighting to deter crime, modernising public spaces, making them safer and more welcoming, and to create more family-friendly with non-alcoholic activities to diversify the nighttime economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Nairn?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been a great pleasure to be seconder for this item. When I considered moving to Brighton and Hove many years ago, one of the things that sealed the deal for me was its fantastic nightlife, the variety of that nightlife and its music scene. It lists the best places for nightlife, places to eat and music. As Councillor McGregor mentioned, Brighton and Hove regularly punches above its weight, rubbing shoulders with places such as Berlin, London and Mexico. In fact, it turns up so regularly in these lists, I'm beginning to wonder if the people who make them are biased because they all live here, or if the officers who promote this city have some secret slush fund we're not told about and they use it to make sure we're always in the top 10. Alcohol plays a big part in the cultural life of this city, and it's easy to become moralistic about alcohol, forgetting that for most drinkers it causes them no problems or problems to anyone around them. That said, consideration must be given to problems that can be caused by its consumption. Violence, ill health and disorder are real issues and should not be ignored. And this policy addresses those issues without resorting to excessively prohibitive measures. The change from a CIZ to a safe city area signals that we understand these problems and want to adopt a harm minimisation approach to dealing with them. To move from reacting when things go wrong to stopping them before they go wrong in the first place. In so many other areas of life, this is considered best practice. Promoting the positive fear of good operators policy is a sensible idea. Too often restrictions are placed on the majority because of the behaviour of a small minority. It's a progressive and economically sensible approach to support those who work hard to provide safe and responsible services to their customers. And lastly, not leastly, or completely, because there is much more in this policy to recommend it, is the support it offers to grass music venues. Part of what makes Brighton and Hove such a fantastic place is the access that we have as residents to a broad range of cultural events. Most important for me is the access we have to live music. Making it easier for smaller venues to operate will surely encourage them to grow in number and longevity. Adding to the diverse offer of things to do and diluting the going out to get specifically drunk culture that is at the heart of the problems mentioned above.
Thank you, Councillor Nairn. Councillor Pickett? Microphone, sorry, can't hear you.
Apologies.
Thank you.
This review is timely, and I believe that much consideration has been given to the relevant resident and legal bodies involved in the process to ensure the promotion of our 4 legal licensing objectives. The overriding concern of this review has been to assess increasing concerns around safety, and in particular with reference to LGBTQ+ venues, violence against women and girls, modern slavery and Martin's Law. Whilst Brighton and Hove remains in many ways a more inclusive and tolerant city than most, the current destabilising political and social atmosphere is once again emboldening certain people to physically and verbally attack others with impunity. We must do all we can to change this and demonstrate that Brighton and Hove remains a city that will not accept such intolerance, whether it be violence against women, inappropriate or hateful language, the exploitation of people by force such as human trafficking, domestic servitude, forced labour, often in illegal activities such as cannabis farms, debt bondage, forced marriage, homophobia, transphobia, misogyny or prejudice. As a council, it remains important that we put the means in place to counter such hateful bigotry, discrimination, violence and greed so that people can enjoy their lives as they choose. Thankfully, the implementation of the anti-terrorist Martins Law will make our public venues such as clubs and sports arenas safer, and it will be reassuring for residents to know that improvements to safety such as this are being properly monitored and adhered to. However, replacing the cumulative impact zone with the city safety area, as I think is in many ways semantics. The CIZ was brought in to ensure that there wouldn't be too many outlets selling alcohol in one area with the aim of reducing alcohol-related crime within the zone. The CSA has the same borders as the CIZ, and I personally cannot see much difference in the scrutiny of licensing applications except for the addition of best practice measures, which I agree is a positive. Challenges remain. We still have a very high number of alcohol-related deaths, above the national average. Equality impact assessments have identified failures in relation to women with young children and armed forces and veterans. Street drinking and related antisocial behaviour remains a huge problem. Changing the drinking culture of this nation is a slow process, but having solutions in place to mitigate negative behaviour will definitely help us work our way towards it. This review is part of that process, and I commend the work completed to achieve it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pickett. Councillor McGregor, do you wish to respond to the debate?
Yeah, I'll just bring up a couple of points, Madam Mayor. The first one is, I guess, is about the wider licence issues happening nationally. They're no finish yet. There's still a consultation. I think it might have just ended, so that might change. But specifically, it won't change our panels. And my big part about this was us moving away from the idea that there's just too many venues to, is this a safe venue? So I do, as much as I appreciate the lovely words, I do disagree with Councillor Pickett's point that this is not going to change anything and it's just semantics. I think it's a very, very different point, because we have all these different panels in which we have to say, oh, there's a venue here and that one's too close, and now we actually say it doesn't matter if they're too close, it matters that they're safe and it matters that the policies that we want are there, and it's allowed us to go a bit further than what it would have within the CIZ. So we'll see what happens with the wider changes, but it won't, for the vast majority, impact our licensing policy. The other parts around Councillor Lyon's point, I would love to, but we have the scope within the licensing policy. We can only go as far as we can. I would love to, and we have a fantastic policy around fog, around homelessness. We've done a lot in other bits, but we are constrained within what licensing has. And we have called out for a lot more street lights within the city as well. But this is about licensing, and we are going as far as we can to make it as difficult as we can for people to get away with sexual assault in this city. And I will not apologise for making it as difficult for scumbags in this city to try and get away with stuff. And so when it comes to street drinking as well, we are going as far as we can to stop it as much as possible, and cracking down a lot of the dodgy off licences that we see that cause that spurring on a lot of the street drinking. So that's one bit. We're trying to get people in venues as much as possible, because we know that they're safer in venues, and that's a big part of the policy, to move away from the idea that it's dangerous in venues to actually it's a safer place to be. So I appreciate the nice words, and I disagree with those points back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. We'll now move to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendations in the report? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the recommendations have been carried. Okay, we now move to notices of motions. I will call on Councillor Sykes to introduce the notice of motion of item 61. Thank you. Councillor Sykes, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Council Budget and Public Participation. I had a slightly painful trip down memory lane in preparing this, looking at the approach to sharing council budget information under various administrations over the past years. And since December 2009, we've had one Conservative council leader, 3 Green council leaders, 4 Labour council leaders, and every one of those 16 Decembers has seen an important cabinet or policy and resources meeting. At all of those meetings, under blue and then various shades of green and red, there was a presentation of draft budget proposals for the following financial year. All of those meetings, that is, until December 2023, the first year of this Labour administration. And this is more than a pity, Madam Mayor, and it's what I mean in the notice of motion by an introduced culture of need to know. There is a need to change to a more open and participatory approach. A Labour majority in the council chamber doesn't change the dynamic of our wider city. As we're all used to saying to anyone who listens, Brighton and Hove is different to other authorities in that what we do as a council is followed closely. Residents and communities are highly engaged, they care about what we do, they comment, they get involved. So let's engage our communities more. We do have the December draft budget paper this year now, for which thanks, and this follows opposition requests for early publication of a draft budget at scrutiny meetings. And the ask today is that this become business as usual for this administration and council. And I will mention briefly the amendments from the Labour group. The financial situation of this council, Madam Mayor, is now more challenging than under Tories, Greens or previous Labour council administrations. The graph of doom talked about when George Osborne first swung his axe at communities and local government is now our reality. The demands of social care and housing are overwhelming our budget. Conservative policy-driven austerity ripped the heart out of local government, and that was easy to do because somebody else took the responsibility for the cuts. We know this, but many residents don't, and that's why I challenge the Labour amendment here, because there is frustration. They see new discretionary spend on a red route or a new park, and they ask why there isn't resource to respond to an email when their council tax is wrong and there's a final demand, or why a dangerous bin hasn't been replaced for months, or why communal bins are overflowing, which is an email I got from 5 o'clock today. Obviously, we should be doing better and can be doing better, but our explanations for some of this, capital and revenue spend, earmarked grant pots, in-year spending freeze, we need to explain all this stuff. So despite extreme resource challenges, this isn't the time to ditch openness and participatory approaches. If we socialise issues, challenges, draft proposals early, we may find out about stakeholder red lines, ideas, offers, alternatives, income opportunities. Just as importantly, we provide more time for engagement, and this builds trust. Early engagement should lead to a more robust set of final proposals. I've engaged this week. There was a Brunswick and Adelaide local action team and the Heritage Task and Finish group, and at both meetings there were genuine, admittedly small-scale ideas from residents and witnesses for addressing long-standing issues together. I wasn't able to say why they couldn't be done. There's goodwill there and people want to help. Just on participatory budgeting as a formal thing, these approaches have been developed over many years by the Scottish Government, going back 10 years or more, and the current work up there continues the Open Government Action Plan and the Just Transition Fund for 24-25 last year, and the aim has been for 1% of local authority spend to be subject to PB. And so what we're asking here, I suppose, is for us to look at the evidence and consider whether this might be appropriate. And we also talk about participatory advocacy, which is taking the experience of communities to the work that this authority does with central government in order to make the argument for more funding and different ways of approaching local government funding. So a question might be for this administration on this: do you think your engagement with ministers about the fair funding review, for example, which is set to cost us £6 million a year from next year, was adequately informed by community experience in our city? This is supposed to be a listening council, a connected council, one that's not afraid to innovate, experiment and reflect. Let's apply those principles to the most important decision we make. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Councillor Oliveira, I'm calling you to second the notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, colleagues, and throughout this chamber, the people of Brighton Hove, we meet here today against the backdrop of budgets that are so tight they squeak. Year after year, we are handing more cuts and told to rate gracefully, while libraries keep getting shut. We try to reframe this as no possible, no feasible. No is to keep people's hope alive. And when services strain, cracks appear, our residents quite rightly ask, how did we get here? Who decided this? And where we know? What they feel isn't apathy, it's exclusion. People are frustrated not because they don't care, but because they do. They care, but they can't see their voice to fit into the arithmetics of local government. This motion asks us to take action to revive their faith, trust our residents as partners, not spectators, to stop treating information as if they are some sort of state secret, guard like the crown jewels, and start recognizing democracy dies in the dark long before the money runs out. Let's be honest, transparency isn't a luxury, it's a public right. Participation isn't a burden, it's the antidote to cynicism. When people see the budget early, when they can challenge, shape, improve it, they stop feeling like victims of circumstance and start feeling like co-authors. Participation isn't a buzzword. It's a proven tool to rebuild trust, strengthen communities. I remind colleagues that when people are part of it, we can do much better. A small allocation to PB, a pilot to PA, more transparent budget communication, and early draft publication. None of these are big asks, but they might repair something more fragile, the relationship between council and citizens. Colleagues, we can keep lamenting the constraint imposed on us, or we can open the books, open the process, open the door to genuine public participation. Let's shift from need to know to everyone deserves to know. Let's turn frustration to participation, participation to progress. Our seat has never been short of imagination and solidarity. It's time for our budget process to reflect that. I urge you to support this motion. Let's give Brighton Hove not just a balanced budget, but better democracy. On the spirit of the festivities, on my note, you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
Thank you, Councillor Oliveira. I note that there is a Labour Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Sykes and Oliveira for bringing this motion. Perhaps not one we were necessarily expecting, but fair enough topic to raise. I'll just respond to a few of the points that they both made in their speeches, and then Councillor Wilkinson is going to speak to some of the specifics of the amendment. In terms of draft budgets, I've spoken about this quite a few times at scrutiny in a committee. In the previous years, we've obviously had very late settlements, and we've had a very late settlement this year. And in both those years, I've said, if we'd had an earlier settlement, we certainly would have liked to have published a draft budget earlier. As Councillor Sykes says, we have now published a draft budget. Interestingly, a bit of feedback I got from our trade union colleagues is, would it not be better to wait until you get your settlement so that we're not drip feeding it? So you try your best, you can't please everyone. But I actually agree with his principle, which is it would be much better to publish a draft budget in December. Now we're getting multi-year settlements. I believe that will be possible in all future years. So that's sort of responding to that element. In terms of the communication on the budget, that was an interesting part of the NOM, which is asking me to talk more about the budget, which will come as grim news to councillors and members of the public, I'm sure. I do try to talk about the budget a fair amount, and as Councillor Sykes says, generally the public have a good understanding that money is tight and that services are under pressure, but they don't necessarily have a sort of detailed understanding of the mechanics of local government finance and the service pressures, which we believe, and he seems to also believe, are really the build-up and accumulation of years of austerity and privatisation. That's where it's left us. Interestingly, our overall budgets are going up quite significantly. This year, even with the changes under fair funding, and last year, our net general fund is going up sort of between 16 and 18 million pounds, the largest cash and real term rises that we've really seen over 15 years. But it's the pressures that are so difficult for councils. But the national government and us in local government are trying to make strategic interventions in housing and other areas
to solve those underlying issues, i.e. homelessness, that are putting such pressures on the council. In terms of Councillor D'Oliveira, participation is important, and we do various things to encourage participation. We've just launched the Better Brighton and Hove Fund, which is probably the largest bit of participatory budgeting that the council has done for some time. It's getting lots of responses, over 400 I think is the latest count, and let's look at whether we can expand that and do that in different ways. Participatory budgeting for the whole budget would be a very, very major undertaking and probably require a lot of resources. But let's look at it and see what we can do. And lastly, to respond to Councillor D'Oliveira, yes, we want to keep the hope alive for residents. Yes, we want to rebuild trust in local government. That's why I stood as a councillor to try and rebuild the trust in our city institutions by delivering what residents want, which is fixing their potholes, collecting their bins, sorting out the culture of the council. That's what we do every day, and that's what we got elected for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Wilkinson to second.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very happy to second this amendment on behalf of the Labour Group. As this is our last full council before Christmas, it feels appropriate to say that the council budget is a bit like a festive family dinner. Everyone has strong opinions, nobody quite agrees on the recipe, and someone always asks, why can't we just spend a bit more? This amendment starts from an honest place. It acknowledges that we are facing one of the most challenging budgets this council has ever had. Residents know that, officers know that, and councillors certainly know that. And especially when times are tough, what residents want is confidence that decisions are being made transparently, responsibly, and with genuine opportunities to engage. That's why this amendment matters. It keeps the good bits of the original motion, but removes the parts that feel more like a writing letter to Santa than balancing a budget. First, it recognises that much of what is being called for is already happening. A draft budget in December, engagement with residents, businesses and the voluntary sector, and scrutiny will examine the budget in January. In other words, some of the Christmas presents are already under the tree. We don't need to ask Santa for duplicates. Secondly, the amendment takes a realistic and proportionate approach to participatory budgeting. We absolutely support the principle, and Brighton and Hove has a proud track record here. The Better Brighton and Hove Fund is probably the most participatory budgeting exercise the council has ever run, asking residents to shape how £750,000 is spent. That really is a case of, all I want for Christmas is your ideas. This amendment does not cancel participation. Nobody is stealing Christmas. What it does say is that we could sensibly avoid creating new, resource-intensive structures at a time when officer capacity is already stretched. Instead, it invites scrutiny chairs to consider a focused review of participatory approaches and asks Cabinet to continue and, where appropriate, expand targeted and proportionate participation, building on what already works, including the Better Brighton and Hove Fund and the Your Voice platform. It also strengthens our collective responsibility as councillors, not just to vote on the budget, but to understand it, explain it, and help residents navigate the difficult choices ahead. In short, Madam Mayor, this amendment keeps the spirit of participation, grounds it in financial reality, and avoids bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake. I believe it strengthens the motion, makes it deliverable, and reflects the responsible leadership our residents expect. That's why I'm pleased to second it, commend it to the council, and wish everyone a fiscally responsible Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. We will now move to the general debate. I'll move to Councillor McNair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sure this is a worthy notice of motion. Who wouldn't agree with more transparency? Well, perhaps Labour would, seeing they brought in a cabinet system. It is difficult to explain to people that we can afford Valley Gardens 3, we can afford cycle lanes along the A259, but we can't keep libraries open for want of £30,000. I know they are different pots of money, but it does look like the government's priorities are wrong. But isn't a real problem that no matter how much transparency there is, there's no money? After 18 months of a Labour government, the economy has flatlined. We've had negative growth for 2 months in a row from a government that promised growth. We might have the fastest rising unemployment in the G7, not something to be proud of. The cost of borrowing is higher in the UK than every other developed economy. It's 4.7% for the UK, 3.5% for France. Why? Because the markets don't trust the Labour government. Working families are being made to pay for this lack of trust by Rachel Reeves' spending splurge. Businesses are having to pay higher national insurance and business rates. To spend on what? Higher public sector salaries and ballooning health benefit costs. This government has allowed people to switch from unemployment benefit to health-related benefits, which are much more generous. 1 in 4 are self-reporting as disabled. 30,000 sick notes are written by GPs every day. So no wonder there's no money. Of course, while Labour might not believe in transparency or be up to delivering growth, the Green Party doesn't believe in economic growth at all. They don't like the wealthy, who might actually just have worked really hard. They would prioritise social justice, their justice, over economic growth. So the Greens might deliver transparency, but there definitely wouldn't be any money left to be transparent about.
Thank you, Councillor McNair. Call upon Councillor Shanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I mean, the reason that the council's budget doesn't have any money is because we, in 2010, made a stupid decision as a country and elected a Conservative government propped up by a Liberal Democrat government. And, well, the rest is history. History is quite interesting in this context because when I first became councillor, we did actually do quite a lot of consultation about budgets. We had several in-person discussions. So when you're talking about participatory budgeting, you don't talk about consultation, which is what we tried to do then, and what this, we try and do when we perhaps put those things online, and we talk to people about what's capital and you can also have a system where you actually give some money to people and say, what would you like to spend this on? And we did also try that, because I was involved in children's services. We had something called the Big Dish Out, which was a fun name, but it was for 13 to 19-year-olds, and we gave, I think it was a fairly small amount of money, I think it's 20,000 a year, something like that, but it was designed that young people could choose which projects that went to, and there was a voting process, and people invested in that. And we also had sort of youth-led grants where young people came along to decide what they might want to spend the money on. So that's the sort of thing that I think is often really popular with people, and we try and do it on our estates to a certain extent, except that it often feels very bureaucratic, and people are told they can bid for this and then it takes forever to actually get their play equipment, or it can't happen because something else is taking precedence. So I think this is really just about listening more to residents, but also trying to put more power into the hands of people. We're not saying that the whole budget should be participatory. I know there have been other countries where they've really tried to do more of that, and we could learn from that. But I am a bit disappointed about the amendment. As I said earlier, I think it was today, though it could have been 2 weeks ago, it feels such a long time, about Abraham in terms of amendments. The amendment surely is just to change a little bit of the motion, not to change the whole thing and then you vote for it and say that's our motion and we've got the same thing coming soon. But anyway, at the end of the day, we'll probably need to support this because although you've changed it a lot, the basic idea of trying to consult more is there still. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks. Call upon Councillor Meadows. Okay. Anybody from your... Yeah, Councillor Earthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We support the spirit of this NOM and we are minded to vote in favour of either version. However, we do want to raise a serious concern about the Labour Group's removal of residents' frustration, because that would whitewash, even ignore, the very real frustration that residents are experiencing. A top example of resident frustration is, of course, the proposal to close the 3 libraries. Please don't groan, I heard somebody groan, please don't groan. I know on the grand scale of things, the £250,000 of savings are trivial, but it certainly wasn't trivial to the hundreds of residents who campaigned to keep the libraries open. In my ward, there was easily as much criticism of the opaqueness of the process by which the council arrived at the decision to close the 3 libraries as there was of the impact of the closure itself. These kind of decisions need much greater transparency and I think will greatly benefit from an increased degree of participatory budgeting and participatory advocacy. Had PB and PA been done more extensively in our ward, the feasibility of community involvement in running the divested library would have been explored at a much earlier stage and in much greater detail, and rejected. Much anger, confusion and fear would have been avoided, and residents would have felt that their concerns had been taken seriously. We would have avoided the standoff that we now have. The matter has not been resolved because Councillor Taylor has still not got his budget cut, and our library has only achieved a stay of execution. Thus, this issue and resident frustration will rumble on for another year. That said, we do question how easily this NOM will be to execute. We are glad that it's been possible to publish a draft budget this December, and we fully support the Labour administration's intention to do this in the future. Our concern, though, is once a draft is published, how many cycles of counter-proposals and more proposals will the process allow us before we have to fix the budget at Budget Council? So it could go on and on. We must put some kind of limit on it. If an issue like the libraries can generate so much heated debate and ill feeling, what will happen when we start discussing major cuts to front and second line services, which could run into millions and dwarf what we're discussing to do about libraries? So it's an important question. Lastly, regarding the request of councillors to play their part in promoting public understanding of budget challenges, well, the Labour group would say this, wouldn't they? I mean, I don't mind explaining the mechanics of the budgeting process, but I'm sure as hell not going to justify the political views of another group, right? I will explain the mechanics, but nothing else. So, guys, you're on your own when it comes to explaining your own policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earthy. Councillor Sykes, do you wish to respond to the debate and indicate whether the amendment is accepted?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I will briefly. Thank you very much for all your comments. Just on the reason why we didn't see an early draft budget in 2023 and 24. I'm not sure about Councillor Taylor's argument on that because, I mean, the budget process every year starts in July. So by this time of year, central settlement or not, we've got a pretty good idea of the structure of the budget for next year. But I think it's great that we are going to see a draft budget in December from now on. That's fantastic. The Your Voice platform is excellent. I should have mentioned it in my initial speech. I mean, there's a question about being a listening council, though, being a listening participatory council. And we had some comments earlier about the nature of oral questions in this chamber and the filibustering that sometimes we see from Labour councillors. We haven't had that sort of oral questions, but so are you a listening council? I think you need to think about that. Better Brighton and Hove, okay, but in relation to participatory approaches, and what we've got under Better Brighton and Hove, in the March paper on the community infrastructure levy, which Better Brighton and Hove talks about, there was absolutely no mention of the way that was going to be dealt out. So it just feels a little bit opportunistic now to talk about this participatory approach when it doesn't seem to have been designed in from the start. So it's wonderful that you're on board with participatory approaches, but to build it in from the start maybe would be a better thing. So I suppose we're asking you to take this seriously. Great that we could have scrutiny attention on this, and obviously we can all follow that up with scrutiny committees. And I'll just echo Councillor Earthy's points about the fact that the residents are frustrated. And I didn't really see any reason to remove that from this NOM. And again, it's about this sort of accepting the reality of the situation. We are in difficult financial times, and accepting that sort of builds trust, I think, with residents about how we respond. I'm a strong believer in early publication of the budget to let people engage. It can result in difficult conversations, and I remember back to the first Green administration when we published a full draft budget in November or December, and we had 3 months of massive grief. But that's what you go through. You bring those arguments, those discussions forward, you settle it, and then maybe sort of you reduce that pain later on. So I'm afraid we won't be accepting the amendment, although I really appreciate the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. I will now put the Labour Group amendment to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. I can confirm that the amendment has been carried. I will now put the motion as amended to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the motion as amended has been carried. Thank you. Okay, Okay, we now move to item 62. I will now call on Councillor Ledermacher to introduce the notice of motion.
Hello everyone, and Madam Mayor. No one should have to live in a home that is making them sick. Of all the differences of opinion in this room, and no doubt there are plenty, I'm sure we are all in agreement here about that. So I believe we have a duty to do what we can in the face of what we know to support the health and safety of residents in Brighton and Hove. Picture this. A 2-year-old toddler is living in damp and mouldy accommodation, and the parent keeps reporting the problem, sees their child's health deteriorating, and over again is repeatedly ignored. The child then dies from a severe respiratory infection, and mould spores are found in their lungs. This happened in December 2020 when Awab Ishaq tragically lost his life in what his family were meant to call home. Though Awab's death happened in Rochdale in social housing, it could have been in Brighton in temporary accommodation. I've met a mother terrified for the breathing of her 2-year-old toddler as she listens to his wheezing, unable to get to sleep. As a renter myself, I've lived in my fair share of damp and mouldy properties, and I know what it's like to wake up and the first thing you see on waking is damp. Up and down the country, there's a failure in housing causing suffering all over, in no small part due to the building of our society around landlordism, where homes have for too long been seen as an investment and not as a need. But I've been shocked to see with my own eyes the appalling conditions that corporate landlords have allowed under their watch, and what residents in temporary accommodation in my ward, Queen's Park, have been forced to endure. Black mould crawling up walls and ceilings, holes in kitchens, rats crawling in gutters beneath kids playing, rat droppings found in prams, broken key codes for gates, forcing residents to wedge knives to get in and out. These are some of the conditions we subject the most traumatised people in society to: women fleeing domestic violence and abuse, people who've spent their lives trying to find some peace. And what happens when asking for repairs? For many, delays that compound emotional turmoil, excessive questioning that intimidates, and in the very worst cases, eviction notices, yes, eviction notices. And yet we know that early reporting and fast action is what saves lives, that making people feel heard and seen stops them giving up. I believe this motion transcends the petty party point scoring we've seen here tonight. It directly responds to the concerns of those who feel they're not taken seriously, who feel there is never any money for those most in need. But sadly, it seems the Labour government have not fully learned the failed lessons of Tory piss-poor economics. That austerity is not just a social and a moral disaster, but an economic one too. The costs of not acting in the short term are always far higher in the long term. So I believe there is not only a moral cost of not acting, but a huge financial one that ripples through the city. For example, a vocalist elsewhere in Brighton, renting incidentally from the same provider that seems to have a near monopoly of temporary accommodation provision in the city, got in touch to tell me how they've lost work to London artists from having to take time off to recover from the damage to her voice caused by damp and mould. This is money that would have been re-spent back in our city, in our independent businesses, supporting local jobs and livelihoods. While we may be able to outsource the provision of temporary accommodation to corporate landlords who put wealth before health, we cannot outsource the safeguarding duty we have to the most vulnerable in our communities, especially when 1,284 children live in temporary accommodation in our city. It is appalling that it takes the death of a child to lead to the wake-up call that led to Awab's law, the intention of which is about preventing similar deaths in future. But sadly, we cannot ignore this potentially fatal gap in the legislation as it currently stands, that leaves many living in dangerous conditions falling through the cracks. Applying only to social, not private landlords, this legislation does not then apply to, for instance, the third of those renting privately in Queen's Park, or any of those living in temporary accommodation, who are unable to rely on the same protections and the proactive approach the Council has taken and gives to those living in properties maintained by the Council. So finally, we need to face the realities of the most vulnerable residents with the respect they deserve. And that starts with repairing the trust that for so long has been broken through decades of austerity and neglect. So I call on all of us here to put words into action and to support this motion, because if we are to once and for all stop the scourge of substandard living conditions in this city, then ultimately the buck stops with us. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you so much for your very much first maiden speech. Thank you. I call on Councillor Macleay to second the notice of motion.
I second this and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I note that there is a Labour Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do appreciate the interest in this issue, and this is something that I've been very passionate about for a very long time, which is why I'm a councillor and do what I do. I don't know whether we're going in the wrong direction with this. What we're talking about is AWAB's law, which is very, very welcome, and it was in response to the death of that poor kid in another council in another time, and we do welcome it. And AWAB's law does affect all social landlords, quite right too, and all social tenants. Now, your motion says we need to be doing stuff. We're already ahead of it. Before AWAB's law came into place, we put all sorts of things in place. We've got a team of specialists dealing with damp and mould. We had a workshop on it. We put leaflets out for tenants. We've got comms out for tenants. We are really encouraging tenants to come and report it, and we're out there fixing it, and quite right, and so we should. Very welcome. Now, also, this is going to be rolled out to the private sector because the government has promised this with their wonderful Renters' Rights Act, which is going to roll out AWAB's law for all tenants. So as you say in yours, yes, all tenants should benefit from this, and that's absolutely correct. And we're with that, and that will be irrespective of whether that private sector tenancy is licensed or not, in fact. But we will be rolling out those landlord licences to wider in the city. We do have a programme for that, so don't worry about that. That's all in place. Thank you. Now, the issue about temporary accommodation, you are correct. I fought for years when I was in opposition, and absolutely nothing was done ever. We have done a lot to improve temporary accommodation. We're buying our own temporary accommodation, so we don't have to use these external contractors. And we encourage those residents to report to us so that we can hold those contractors to account. The one that you're talking about, and you're absolutely correct, there was already a programme in place. We were already aware of that. We were already on it. And thank you for your intervention to move it quicker. So that's rather different because they're not tenants, but they are governed by other laws. And if you report to us, we can take action. So the amendment really is to just simplify the motion, because the motion is rather mixed up, a bit muddled, a bit woolly. Our amendment will just make it clearer. And it has already been to Cabinet. Thanks very much. You might have missed that. We will bring it to our next review of our housing strategy to see how well we're doing with our social tenants, and that's absolutely correct. We're happy to do that. So please accept our amendments as friendly amendments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. This is going to look to be seconded by Councillor Sherd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This motion actually annoys me slightly. Not because I disagree with it, because I do, but because it signifies something more that's eluded me for quite a while, and that's why I can't be a member of the Green Party. As I said, this motion hits a lot of things I agree with. Nobody should live in a mouldy house. I've lived in enough rented accommodation, Madam Mayor. I agree with that. We should use the powers of this council wherever possible to try and make sure that landlords provide safe accommodation. Again, I agree. I even agree that we should have a landlord licence that covers points raised in our law. However, I find it a bit of an insult that the Greens would think that we didn't make sure this was that we put a damp and mould implementation when we rolled out the NLS. I also find it somewhat bemusing that people who feel so passionately about this aren't aware what's in the Renters' Rights Act that became law back in October. Also, the suggestion that we are somehow aware of mould in our contracts and our contracted accommodation, but don't take action on it. Who on earth do they mistake us for? Don't get me wrong, Madam Mayor. I get where the Greens want to achieve, but I want to say gently, the Greens are not the only people in the room to have progressive thoughts. They are not the only people who are aware that landlords can abuse their position to maximise their income whilst avoiding responsibility. This time it's shown they've just assumed Labour won't tackle this, the same party that oversaw the HMO extended licence expire, dragged their feet on LLS just to try and take credit for laying the groundwork. Now they want us to believe they're the only people who are thinking of tackling damp and mould crisis. So why don't we have a Christmas gift? Accept our amendment and prove that you are not all talk and no action. Or we can make a deal. You carry on thinking of the Progressive Party, and we can carry on being the party that acts progressive and delivers for this city.
Thank you, Councillor Sherd. No? Nobody? Anybody? No? Yes, thank you. Councillor Meadows.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. The Conservative Party, during its time in government, strongly supported and actively introduced AWOB's law. AWOB's law addresses the tragic death, of course, of the 2-year-old AWOB Ishak in 2020 from prolonged exposure to mould in his social housing flat in Rochdale. The then Housing Secretary, Michael Gove, personally championed the legislation, announcing amendments to the Social Housing Regulation Bill in February 2023 to create AWOB's law. This required social landlords to investigate and fix reported health hazards, initially focused on damp and mould within strict timelines and timeframes. Gove described the changes as delivering tough new laws to force social landlords to fix their homes within strict new time limits, emphasising stronger action against rogue landlords and preventing future tragedies. The law received cross-party support and was enacted through the Social Housing Regulation Act 2023 under the Conservative government, with enabling powers passed in July 2023. The Conservatives initiated consultations back in January 2024 to set specific timescales, such as investigating hazards within 14 days, starting repairs within 7 days, and emergency fixes within 24 hours. Detailed implementation, including phased rollout starting with damp and mould, occurred under the subsequent Labour government, with phase 1 coming into force in October this year. Now, the current Labour administration has progressed and expanded it, including plans to extend to private rentals. But of course, the core legislation and name, AWOB's law, originated from Conservative policy and leadership. As a party, we are proactive and supportive and view the Act as essential for tenants' protection, landlord accountability and improving social housing standards. In regard to the NOM, whilst we are supportive of parts, in reality enforcement mechanisms are weak and the law could be symbolic rather than effective. As a party, we recommended the law to cover primarily damp and mould risks only. By extending AWOB's law further, it will, in our opinion, discourage investment or harm landlords. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Rasley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hope we all agree that AWOB's death was an obscenity, pure and simple. The real tragedy is that he is not alone, making it imperative that we reach political consensus as soon as possible around making our contribution to ensure that his death was not in vain. We fully support this NOM and prefer the Labour group's version simply because of its reference to government's proposal to extend AWOB's law into the private rented sector. However, as a point of detail, we would like to know the extent of the problems applied to our own council properties. So I don't have any idea whatsoever if we're good or bad or indifferent. Not, of course, that it really matters, because whether you have 1 or 1,000 affected properties, we have a moral obligation to apply the spirit of AWOB's law to all our properties, excluded as well as included, and lead all other councils down the same path. We should also seek to use the full force of the current licensing scheme to ensure landlords comply with their obligations and impose sanctions on those who fail to meet the deadlines. No doubt there will be some landlords who attempt to sidestep their obligations on the grounds of cost or offer other colourful excuses, so we must send a message that we will come after you. Longer term, we welcome the government's initiative to extend AWOB's law into the private rental sector. I hope that the Cabinet lead responsible for this area can provide assurances to this Chamber that there is no wiggle room here and that enforcement action will be taken wherever possible and whenever necessary, and it will be effective. However, we do have to assume there are no adverse financial implications in enforcing AWOB's law for our 2026 budget, which we know will be extremely tough. So therefore, we look to Councillor Taylor to assure this chamber that there are sufficient resources to make this proposal deliverable and is not simply a sop to the unfortunate residents who are forced to live in damp and mouldy properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earthy. Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We all agree here in this chamber no child should have to suffer because of any damp in their home, and no mother should have to watch their child suffer. We all understand this. I do feel, however, knowing that this AWAB's law was brought in under a Conservative government, I am reassured. The Green Notice of Motion, unfortunately, appears to be just an attack on private landlords, which is such a shame because all tenants, and let's not forget that the council is the largest landlord in the city, over 12,500 homes. It should cover all tenures. We have no problem with that. But please do not taint all landlords as poor landlords. Just an aside, 300,000 landlords across this country have exited. This means that there are even fewer properties available to let, and this will only continue. I prefer the Labour notice of motion amendment, Madam Mayor, mainly because it does talk about the licensing issues and it ensures that everything is done legally and fairly and does not impose too much on the landlords who will exit even further, creating more of a problem with fewer houses to be let. So we support the Labour group amendment, but we do not support the Green notice of motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. Councillor McKay, you've reserved your right to speak. Do you wish to speak?
Councillor Meadows. Oh, gone. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Arab's Law was born from tragedy. It recognises the human impact of unsafe housing. It highlights the issue of reporting and the failings of landlords to engage. And Councillor Sheard, this is the problem. The landlords not taking action, this landlord not taking action on TA's temporary accommodation under licence. The national picture on housing is bleak. A recent Housing Ombudsman report on repairs and maintenance found that repairs are the biggest source of complaints. In 72% of cases they reviewed, landlords were at fault. Clear evidence of systemic failure. The Ombudsman warns that the current maintenance model for housing is unsustainable. Social landlords struggle to balance building new homes and maintaining existing ones. While outdated standards lead to managed decline, replacing these homes at current building rates would take over 60 years, exacerbating the effects of the housing crisis. So what needs to change? We must move to reactive repairs and from reactive repairs to predictive maintenance. We must improve complaint handling and not just the processes, but the culture and attitudes. Arab's Law is a start, but for now only covers social housing. While the Renters' Rights Bill will expand many of these rights into the private rental sector, those in temporary and supported accommodation under licence and shared ownership will still be included, a fact which the Labour amendment completely removes, presumably censoring it to protect their government. But even with new laws in place, they are useless without enforcement. For example, a recent Guardian article revealed that 2/3 of councils in England have failed to use their powers of to prosecute landlords in the past 3 years, despite receiving 300,000 complaints from desperate tenants living in unfit homes. And Brighton and Hove City Council was listed as having only made one in that time frame. So without proper resources, that's unlikely to improve. Over 15 years, council budgets have been slashed and funding for enforcement has dropped 40%. Without proper investment, councils can't enforce new housing laws, and that's just creating symbolic rights for tenants rather than real protections. And yes, the last Green administration laid the groundwork for the landlord licensing scheme. Great that that's been brought forward, but disappointing that it's been removed from this motion and this idea that we might expand it faster. Before I was elected, I attended a very heated Housing Committee meeting in March 2023, where the landlord licensing scheme was being debated. Emotions ran high, and Acorn members shouted, "Shame on you," from the gallery at the then administration. And the current Housing League, Councillor Williams, slammed her fist on the table, calling for zero tolerance policy on rogue landlords. Madam Mayor, where has that passion gone? Why aren't we using the powers we have to hold landlords to account? The administration could use their majority to enact change, but instead they are yet again gutting vital motion, replacing key asks with what would benefit residents with shameless propaganda for their party in government. Arab's law should influence all categories of housing. This council needs to stand by their commitments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ladermack, do you wish to respond to the debate and indicate whether the amendment is accepted?
No.
Yeah.
So I'm just astonished. I think I've noticed a bit of a trend so far in some of the kind of ways that people respond to points. We didn't say all landlords are bad, but you assume that in order to make a defence of landlords. We didn't say that we're the only progressives, but you've taken that in order to kind of make a point. So mixed up, muddled and woolly describes the
Councillor Ladermack, can you talk through me as the chair, please?
Yeah,
Thank
sorry,
you.
moving on. So I think mixed up, muddled and woolly describes the realities of those who don't do anything in the face of what we know. And I encourage all of us here to actually go and see what our most vulnerable residents, the state that they're living in, actually. And I'll take anyone here personally to some of their sites in Queen's Park. Madam Mayor, the administration say they are committed, but if they were as committed as they say they are, they won't have amended and they wouldn't have amended this motion the way they have, weakening down and removing the part that highlights how Arab's law does not apply to other types of accommodation, particularly temporary accommodation. This seems an abdication of our obligations to those who need our help most. Indeed, we've heard issues like air pollution, health inequality, and income deprivation mentioned this evening, but residents living in the most dangerous and unsafe conditions are disproportionately impacted by these deep-seated crises. Too often they're treated like second-class citizens whose lives don't matter as much as others. They're told to open windows when it's freezing and expected to pay through the roof to heat their poorly insulated homes. Councillor Sheard, you mentioned the Renters' Rights Act, but are you aware it is implemented in 3 phases? Al-Ab's law is mentioned as part of phase 3, but there is no timescale for its implementation, and it will be, I quote, subject to consultation. In the current timeline, it comes after 2028, and parts of phase 4 have an implementation date of 2035 or 37. We are simply asking for us to do what we can to implement its intention sooner. If it wasn't clear already how living in disrepair chips away at people's mental and physical health, exposure to mould, the spores of which go into our airwaves and lodge into lungs, cause respiratory problems like coughing, wheezing, sinus congestion, throat and chest infections, sneezing, nosebleeds, skin rashes, itchy, irritation and runny eyes, and more severe reactions in those with asthma and allergies. The NHS estimates that they spend an average of 1.4 billion a year treating illnesses associated with living in cold and damp housing, and poor quality homes cost the UK economy an average of £19 billion a year. The leader of the council, Councillor Sankey, mentions the need for us to listen to residents, but these amendments show the administration is not properly listening to residents who for too long have been shouting into the wind. The life and illness outcomes of the most vulnerable in our communities are directly impacted by the extent to which the council will face up to the scale of disrepair, put our duty to health and safety before party point scoring, and finally crack down on rogue landlords once and for all. We reluctantly support the motion in its amended state.
Councillor Sheard, what is your point of clarification?
Thank you. As I've been name dropped twice there for rightly pointing out that we are the only party acting progressive, I'd like to quickly remind the Greens that when they were in administration, they let the HMO licence.
Okay, so Councillor Ladermack, can you just repeat, did you accept the amendment or not? Sorry. You did accept the amendment? Yes, in its amended state. You don't, or you do?
You don't. So, as amended. Sorry, I'm just coming. Can I just confirm whether you've accepted the Labour Group amendment? No, thank you.
Okay. So, as the amendment has not been accepted by Councillor Ladermaker, I will now put the Labour Group amendment to the vote. All those in favour of the Labour Group amendment? All those against? Any abstentions? The Labour Group amendment has been carried. I will now put the motion as amended to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? I can confirm that the motion as amended has been carried. Thank you. Okay, we now move to item 63 and I call upon Councillor Lyons to introduce the notice of motion on the winter economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Brighton and Hove is a popular tourist destination and currently ranks 9th in the UK in terms of visitors and spending. The city ranks well as a seaside destination and culturally, has a strong LGBTQ plus tourism, festivals, nightlife and art scene, and is very popular with London and international short break visitors. However, the city ranks poorly for longer stay tourists than heritage places like Bath or York, and has a smaller international pool than some other cities such as Manchester. Brighton and Hove attracts around 11.5 million visitors per year, that's day visitors and overnight stays, and tourism generated about 1.28 billion in economic value in 2023 and supported nearly 24,000 jobs in Brighton and Hove. However, the city could be a better winter and Christmas destination. In 2019, pre-COVID, Brighton and Hove attracted 12.4 million visitors, and some 6 years later, the visitor numbers are still approximately 1 million lower. As a result, tourism's contribution to the economy has dropped from 17 to 16% over the last 6 years. Now, there are plenty of attractions during the warmer months, including the Brighton Festival, Brighton Marathon, Pride and the Brighton Bike Ride, to name just a few. But there are no similar large winter or autumn events. The Seafront Development Board members were announced in July, but little has been heard from them, and certainly nothing that I can recall about making Brighton and Hove a better winter and Christmas destination. Brighton's Palace Pier boss warned earlier this year that the city needs more tourists and that we cannot just assume visitors will turn up. When the boss of the pier says that Brighton and Hove has not worked hard as destinations such as Bath and York in making sure standards are as high as possible to encourage people to visit, surely we need to listen and take heed. Last month, the pier's owners said that they were considering selling it, blaming declining profits. Citing the national government's antipathy in relation to the national living wage, increase in national insurance and a reduction in business rates relief, do we as a council shrug our shoulders, or shouldn't we be attracting more tourists to our city, especially at off-peak times? This year's Burning the Clock was cancelled due to funding challenges. Crowds of 30,000 historically attended this event, generating revenue for local businesses, and the event itself supported community workshops and local artists. That footfall has evaporated this winter. The council-funded Christmas market was scrapped in 2023, and there is no Christmas market this year. The majority of people still attend winter events by vehicle. Our car parks are overpriced and rarely full. We have no proper park and ride, but hey, if some had their way, residents would be visiting events on their bicycles during stormy or cold, wet evenings in December. And what about the draw, or dare I say not, of our Christmas lights? While similar-sized places such as Bournemouth, Leicester, Lincoln and Cambridge flock to see their festive displays and adding to the local economy, you'll be hard-pressed to find anyone choosing Brighton. And as for Hove, it's been totally forgotten this year. We haven't even got a Christmas tree at the Hove Town Hall. As for Churchill Square's Christmas tree, it is a laughing stock. It used to be a destination visit in its own right at Christmas. Well, that's no longer the case. And let's look at the council's Brighton and Hove economic plan. The current 3-year plan has no mention of improving the winter economy. Absolutely nothing. And talking of the economy, I do find Councillor Taylor's very amateurish, I must say, but amusing videos. With a recent one, I've been begging residents to shop locally.
Councillor Lyons, can you all be impersonal? Please, can you refuse that? Thank you. Take that back. Councillor Taylor. Microphone's not on. Councillor Lyons, your microphone's not on.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll go back to the video. So I do find them amusing, but of course what he fails to mention that it is Labour that is putting off shoppers with high parking fees, unpleasant experiences for visitors seeing vandalism and homelessness, as well as high taxes. Whilst the national government are making a pig's ear of the economy with unemployment up, employment down, taxes up and GDP falling in each of the last 2 months, there is still much hope for places like Brighton and Hove, for folks to have some
Councillor Lyons, you're out of time now, thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Lyons, you're out of time. Thank you.
Can I make a point of order, please?
Right.
Adam. Over here.
Point of order, Councillor Fishley.
I just wanted to say that this number is a bit frustrating because if the Conservatives had asked Amanda Evans, who's chair of the Place Scrutiny Committee, they would have told her that the winter economy is already on the agenda for discussion, so we don't really need to have this vote and this talk, so maybe we could just go straight to a vote.
Councillor Fishley, would you like to continue that on as part of the debate? Will we come back to you?
Yeah, Councillor Theobald.
Okay, so we're now going to go to Councillor Theobald to second the motion, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think somebody wants to go home, that's what it is. We now have 1 million fewer visitors to our city than we used to have a few years ago. The high car parking charges and the loss of large popular shops are 2 reasons. The Conservative administration provided some free car parking for when we were in control, that was. I was in Woking, Surrey with some of my grandchildren recently. We parked in the multi-storey car park, had lunch in the adjoining food court and walked into the theatre to watch the pantomime. The cost of parking for 4 hours was £3.50. In the Lanes car park, it would cost you at least £24 or £26 at the weekend. They also had the most wonderful Christmas decorations inside the building. It's been reported that the Churchill Square Shopping Centre Christmas tree and decorations are poor. From the outside of Churchill Square, you wouldn't think it was Christmas, with very few decorations. I would have thought that having IKEA there, it would look very seasonal. Although I have to say that shopkeepers in North Street, Bond Street and the Lanes have provided a wonderful display of illuminations. The Palace Pier does not appear to be attracting so many visitors, but the roadworks have probably had a detrimental effect as has the charging visitors as an entry fee. Now we hear the ice rink may not return after this year. Losing this popular attraction would create a lot of even more visitors and loss of money for the council. It's a great shame that the burning of the clocks was cancelled this year, as this attracted thousands of people and the children loved taking part. We also have no Christmas market. There's not a Christmas tree in Palmyra Square, perhaps because of the restructuring of the gardens. But will there be one next year? Lighting the Christmas tree at Palmyra Square was a splendid occasion, and school children love to be there. Hove has practically no Christmas decorations. A few years ago, there were lights in George Street, but I expect that the traders can't afford to contribute with all the extra costs on businesses introduced by the Labour government and the reduction of parking hours in Tesco's car park. There is now insufficient time to park there and have a coffee or lunch in George Street. All in all, this is a disappointing year for the city. I suppose this should come as no surprise for the Labour government and Labour administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Theobald. I note that there is a Green Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor West. Thank you, Councillor West. Councillor, yeah, now you have.
That should do, yeah. Anyone got? Adam. Oh, it's gone on there.
I'll have a go. Right, thank you. The motion's observation of Labour's neglect of the winter economy is well made. Whatever future strategies may hold, this year's winter Christmas offer is a disaster. Labour shouldn't be so dismissive of constructive criticism. Their amendments gutting motions today shows their inability to respect the merits of the alternative point of view, a trait they share with their tin-eared failing government. The city needs a mature and inclusive approach to governance, not secrecy and condescension. Unemployment is a 4-year high. Interest rates are being cut to resuscitate a flat-learning economy. Alan Milburn is seeking answers to a lost generation of NEETs. Squeezed from every direction, pubs voice fury at Rachel Reeves' business rates changes for pubs, music venues and hospitality, reads a Guardian headline. One pub reported to be facing a hike from £24,000 to £88,000 a year. Without regard to turnover or profitability, rates are a millstone that businesses receive no service for. Rates will rise 115% on average for a hotel, 76% for a pub, and compared to just 4% for a large supermarket and 7% for a distribution warehouse. The increasing cost of NI and the minimum wage are hitting many local independent businesses especially hard. Businesses are struggling to justify taking on staff, particularly young and inexperienced people. Do Labour really want everything to be supplied by Amazon and to kill off live events? The world doesn't owe this city a living. Many other towns and resorts have improved their winter attractions, while under Labour we are going backwards. We agree with much of this motion, but the last thing we need is to clog the city up with more cars and fumes as motorists seek subsidised parking. Labour in cahoots with the Tories foisted cheap Christmas parking on the city before. It was a costly folly that did more harm than good. The city should be incentivising more journeys by train and bus rather than squandering precious funds on subsidising parking, and I include park and ride in this. You may think I'm wasting my breath on Labour when the electorate seems to be set to oust them in less than 18 months' time. It matters for the city, though, that Labour hand over a good legacy when they go. So they need to get off their pedestal and start listening and working with opposition colleagues and the immensely talented and creative residents and businesses of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor West. Who from the Greens is seconded? Have we got a seconder from the Greens? Formally second. Thank you very much, Councillor Goldsmith. I note that there is a Labour Group amendment which will now be moved by Councillor Miller. Thank you, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Although I'm pleased that Conservative members recognise that Brighton and Hove is popular with tourists, I'm disappointed by their determination to put down our wonderful city, even resorting to writing fiction in order to do it. While it is true that visitor numbers are still below pre-pandemic numbers, they are only about 137,000 lower as opposed to the 1 million claimed. While it is true that there are no large-scale winter outdoor events such as the London to Brighton Bike Ride or Brighton Pride, this is a function of unpredictable winter weather rather than a lack of will from our administration. And I would be very interested to hear how Conservative members plan to change weather patterns in winter. We are determined to strengthen the indoor tourism offer and to continue building up our conference sector as both are weather resistant. Although it may well be true that the Piers visitor numbers have declined, overnight visitors and day tripper numbers to Brighton and Hove totaled 12.2 million in 2024, up 400,000 from 2023. I'm also surprised that some members appear to value the ice rink, delightful as it is, more than the long-awaited restoration of the Pavilion Gardens. Meanwhile, ice rink operators and officers are already discussing alternatives for 2026 so that our renowned ice rink can return next year while the gardens are restored to their original glory. And it is true that burning the clocks isn't happening this year, but it should be noted that Same Sky is using this year's pause to unveil the centrepiece for next year's burning the clocks. Likewise, although there is no Christmas market this year, the events team is already receiving exciting proposals from local businesses for 2026. While the Brighton and Hove economic plan doesn't mention improving weather patterns to enable mass outdoor events in winter, the strategy section of the chapter on the city as a destination does state, if we aim to elevate our city's international reputation and ambition, we must prioritise dynamic, year-round visitor experiences across the city's neighbourhoods. And the action plan demands that the council develop an ambitious major events calendar to include a diverse range of festivals and events across the year. Our administration froze parking charges in May 2025, has introduced new bus routes and is keeping bus fares affordable. Despite the legacy of the Tory Brexit, which shrank the national GDP and caused food inflation of 4.9%, our tourism sector provides more jobs even than before the pandemic, at 25,670. I will simply close by emphasising that the unjustified criticism of our city, of brilliant Brighton Bid's excellent and very witty Christmas lights, and Churchill Square's quirky and very Brighton and Hove Christmas tree, and the generally fanciful nature of this notice of motion demanded extensive revision. I hereby propose this amendment for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. I look to Councillor Azaduzaman to second. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fishley.
Thank you. I don't pretend to be on top of all the council affairs.
Councillor Fishley, it's not your point here for that. Sorry, we're still seconding the Labour motion, and then we're going to do the debate, and then we're going to come to you.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Azaduzaman, please continue to second.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise today not just as a councillor, but as a business owner, as a small business ambassador. The small business are not just side note in Brighton and Hove. They are the beating heart of our city. 90% of our business employ fewer than 10 people. They are the cafes, retailers, creatives, and the traders. They give our street character, our city's resilience, our international reputation. As a small business ambassador, I do not just meet in the chamber. I am out on the high street, walking, talking, listening with crime reduction agency, and celebrating people who make our city so vibrant. From London Road to every corner of Brighton and Hove, I heard stories, shared success, and brought the voice of business to every table that matters. From the Sussex Police and Crime Panel to the Brighton and Hove Hotel Association and East Sussex Fire Authority. By our bi-monthly business surgeries are make difference. We are connecting start-up opportunities, helping established business grow, and turning an idea into thriving enterprises. We are championing growth that includes everyone. Small and micro businesses are not on the margins. They are central to our city's future. When they succeed, Brighton succeeds. Safety, support, and opportunity go hand in hand. We are building streets where staff feel confident, customers feel welcome, and business feel empowered. Every partnership, every initiative, every act of support strengthens the foundation of our economy. We celebrate our business every day. Last month, we shone a spotlight of Small Business Saturday. This month, we launched our Shop Local campaign, reminding residents that every local choice keeps money, job, and pride in Brighton and Hove. Independent businesses make Brighton and Hove distinctive. They make us internationally recognized. They make our city alive. When we support them, we are not just supporting shop, we are supporting identity, opportunity, and community. For every pound spent with local, small, medium-sized enterprise, 63p stay in our local economy. It is every resident, if they spend £10 a week locally, it would generate 34 million a year for Brighton and Hove. So let us continue to champion our small businesses. Let us back them, celebrate them, grow them. They are the foundation of thriving, safe future ready for Brighton and Hove. And together we will see them flourish. Finally, may I take the opportunity to wish you all happy festivals. Thank you.
Now, thank you. Thank you. We're now going to move to the general debate. Councillor Fishley.
As I was saying, I don't pretend to be on top of all the council affairs, but when we put in a nom, we do our homework. To repeat, the winter economy is already on the list for examination by the Place Scrutiny Committee. But the Labour amendment is also a little bit frustrating. The winter economy is not the same as the year-round nighttime economy, although of course there is overlap. And my experience is that the scrutiny subcommittees are more effective when they are highly focused. So I'll try and persuade the councillors that will be doing the actual work to stick with analysing the winter economy initially. And finally, I was on the subcommittee looking at the short-term lets, and I'm currently on the one examining antisocial behaviour in council and housing association homes, which is basically me, Councillor Ellen, Jackie, Giles, Natalie and Luke. And just to say, it would be great to see more Conservative councillors at those meetings, please.
Thank you, Councillor Fishley. Okay, so Councillor Lyons, do you wish to respond to the debate and indicate whether the amendments are accepted? Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the robust debate. We note the recommended Green amendment, as there are concerns raised by local businesses, which were reported in The Guardian this week. No necessary friends of our party, but when The Guardian starts writing about mass closures of shops in the North Lanes because of the current administration's policies, perhaps they should actually get their iPads out and start looking. So we do support the Greens amendment. In regard to Labour's amendment, we note that there is recognition by the administration that under their watch, visitor numbers are substantially lower than pre-pandemic levels, and yes, it is up to 1 million. However, we do not, we can't agree about the weather being as a reason for a lack of winter events. Well, winter has always been cold and wet, whether it's this year, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, or 10 years ago. Furthermore, we do not agree about taking out the comments from the Labour amendment about the pier, another example of Labour not listening to businesses. And finally, attacking the last government as to the reason why the winter economy is sluggish.
Councillor Lyons, can you hold fire? Is it a point of order, Councillor?
Point of order. Clarification isn't a point of order.
Madam Mayor, it'd be a point of clarification. The number...
Personal clarification?
Not personal.
Not personal, then we can't take it, Councillor Miller. So please carry on, Councillor Lyons, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as I was saying, well, I was just actually finishing, actually. So finally attacking the last government as to the reason why the winter economy is sluggish is folly, in our opinion. So therefore, we cannot accept the Labour amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyons. So just to confirm, you've accepted the Green amendment, but you're not accepting the Labour amendment?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I will note that the amendments have been moved and I will put them to the vote in reverse order. So the first amendment to vote on is for the Labour Group amendment. Can I ask for a show of hands, all those in favour of the Labour amendments? All those against? Any abstentions? Well, I can confirm that the first amendment, the Labour amendment, has been carried. We're now going to vote on the second amendment, which is the amendment from the Green Group. All those in favour of the Green Group amendments? All those against? Any abstentions? I note that the Green Group amendment... Sorry.
Point of order, it was accepted by the mover of the amendment was accepted, so surely that's...
I'll let Liz explain.
Okay, I think the effect will be the same. What we need to do then is move the amendment move the notice of motion as amended by the Green Group amendment. We need to move we still need to move the Labour amendment, sorry. So we have to move the version, which is the original as amended by the Green Group, but also then with the Labour Group notice of motion, which you don't have in front of you, that version. So that's why the Mayor is doing it in that order, because there is significant change. So I do think it makes sense to do it in the way that we've done, otherwise, because you don't have a version in front of you. So I think we need to proceed with moving the Labour Group amendment and then the Green Group amendment. Just carry on, sorry.
Now I don't know where I was up to. Okay, so can I move the Labour Group amendment? We've done that. So can I move the Green Group amendment, which has been accepted by the Conservative Party? All those in favour? Yeah. All those against? Any abstentions? So the amendment of the Conservative motion is amended by the...
There's a level of confusion there as to whether we were voting on the Labour amendment or the amended substantive, and I was watching, Labour was confused as I was over there, to be honest with you.
No. It's been amended.
So we are the amendment... So the Conservative amendment amended by the Green Group has fallen, and the Conservative amendment as amended by the Labour Group has carried. So I will now put the motion as amended to the vote, as amended by the Labour Group to the vote. Can I have a show of hands of all those in favour? All those against? And any abstentions? I can confirm that the motion as amended has been carried. Thank you. Okay, we move to item 64, and I will call on Councillor Parrott to introduce the notice of motion. Thank you, Councillor Parrott.
Madam Mayor, fellow councillors and everyone, I apologise, I know that everyone's very tired. But I'm here today to request that full council consider and vote on a motion for Cabinet to debate and approve early in the new year. The motion proposes that Brighton and Hove City Council progress from its current status as a disability competent employer to undertaking the necessary review and accreditation to become a disability competent leader. This accreditation would place us firmly in the top group of employers across the UK, committed to and willing to push forward with not only the equality of employment and reasonable adjustments for our disabled colleagues, but would challenge us as a council and as an employer to look beyond the obvious issues faced by those who struggle daily with both the seen and the unseen disabilities. It would change the culture and environment, creating a space where disability sits at the centre of everyone's thinking. It would keep disability as an ongoing part of the narrative and decision-making process, where no one is made to feel uncomfortable or believe that they are asking for extra. When thinking about disability isn't just a policy, it's embedded in policy, leadership and facilitating staff retention and everyday experience of work. This council and city has a proud history of being one of the most inclusive in the UK, a designated city of sanctuary, and we could argue that the UK is still one of the most inclusive countries in the world. Although rates of disability employment are slightly higher than average across the OECD countries, we still left trailing Switzerland, Canada and some of the Nordics who do better than us. With rates of disability employment remaining stubbornly stuck at around 53% of the disabled population, compared with employment rates of 81% of non-disabled people, it is clear that little has shifted over time. Brighton and Hove is home to 52,000 disabled people, and in the 2021 census, 51,797 of those reported that their daily lives were affected by a long-term health condition or disability.
In the Health Count Reports 2024, which gives the latest available figures, 37% of all of our residents reported that daily activities were limited by disability or mental health. This shows a significant increase from 2012 when the figure was 26%. Disability and poor health are concentrated in our most deprived areas. And we also see higher than average prevalence amongst our LGBTQ plus communities, our BME communities, as well as those living in temporary accommodation. All of this adds up to a stark and unforgiving picture. For too long, the disabled of this city were ignored and not put front and centre. This council, under current leadership, has shown its commitment to the disabled community and is addressing inequality within the city and our own workforce. Many of these initiatives that have been put in place in the last 2.5 years of leadership have focused on delivering for the most deprived and marginalised communities. Spearheaded by the Equalities and Inclusion Strategy and the Accessible City Strategy, which enables inclusion across all council services, employment practices and civic leadership, Brighton and Hove City Council goes beyond the requirements of equality and making this a welcoming and inclusive place to work, as well as a city to live in and visit. Within the council, at last count, between 7 and 9% of all our officers reported themselves as having a disability. However, it is worth noting that only 81% of staff actually disclosed their status, leaving us with nearly 20% who won't or didn't say. Furthermore, we are aware that many do not actually consider themselves disabled despite struggling with long-term health conditions or neurodiversity. We also know that there is less disabled representation at senior levels. Whilst this isn't surprising and mirrors the national picture, I think we could and should do better. To become a disabled, confident leader takes courage and commitment from both officers and councils, and we have to take the time and make the space for the conversations that may be hard to hear, reflection on what all of this means, and have the drive from us as councillors, and to put SLT in a place where what needs to be done, to deliver leadership to our city and demonstrate a different way of working, creating a culture that doesn't just talk about co-production or working in a trauma-informed way, a way of being that doesn't manipulate for political ends in a way that we have seen in this chamber far too often, but actually gets stuck into the real work of engagement and culture change. Accreditation demands something different from us and takes the council to a new level of commitment. Culture change is difficult and hard. The popular and effective 7S McKinsey model of change promotes the idea that change will come when we engage firstly with strategy, structure and systems. This accreditation process will take us from strategies already outlined and in place through the systems and structures that this will in turn intersect with our shared values.
Parrott, you're out of time now.
Okay, thank you very much. We know that culture needs to change for the disabled and disadvantaged in order to thrive in our institutions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Parrott. Very pleased to announce that that was Councillor Parrott's maiden speech. Thank you. Who's somebody seconding from the Labour group? Thank you, Councillor Halliwell.
Okay, thank you. Becoming a disability confident leader isn't just about accreditation and box ticking. It's so much more important than that. Being disabled is hard. It's something that's with you every moment of every day. It influences every decision you make. Consciously and unconsciously, you question, can I do this? Have I got the energy? How much longer will I need to complete this? How can I find a way around this? To my dyslexic colleagues, how much time do you spend trying to figure out the spelling of a name or a word? To colleagues with mental health, anxiety or depression, for example, how much did you have to brace yourself to be here today, wondering how it would go? How much did it take to get ready and show up? Anyone with a speech difficulty, what's it like being asked to speak in public? Anyone with a sight difficulty, how exhausting are Teams calls where you can't see the faces and connect with everyone visually? Some of us can't even see a face across a room, let alone on a Teams call. No one is asking that all these obstacles are removed. People with disability live with them all the time. They make adjustments, survive and even thrive. But we are asking that disability is understood, recognised and that attitudes are challenged, that adjustments are consulted upon and considered in light of real understanding. Becoming a disability leader carries some costs for sure. Yes, disability costs. It costs officer hours, it costs in days off, it costs in lack of productivity, it costs in resilience of employees, and it costs in the strength of our teams and the work that is produced. However, investment in people is never wasted. Our colleagues from other parties would like us to believe that huge money and energy is wasted in inequalities and diversity, with one esteemed party leader describing the government's approach to EDI as performative gestures and not evidence-based practice. This initiative would allow us as a council to take a really long, hard look at our practices, thinking about how we create an environment that genuinely addresses the needs of individuals within it, and perhaps most importantly, creates a culture where asking and having constructive conversations is part of the mainstream. Too often the disabled are done to and not done with. This needs to change. All employees benefit from this approach. We learn by seeing, not by hearing, after all. If we see our organisation as being fair and inclusive role model for others, we are more likely to disclose disability or life events, preventing burnout and time off. Adjustments reduce sickness and staff turnover as well as recruitment costs. We know that we face significant challenges with staff retention, with pay pressures and the cost of living in the city, resulting in higher staff turnover than we might otherwise like. We have to invest more than we are in other ways, not just paying high wages. We have to demonstrate and deliver on a culture that works for all. This has the potential to be one of the ways we deliver.
Councillor Halliwell, you're out of time now, thank you. Thank you. We're now going to move to the general debate. I believe we've got Councillor Goldsmith.
Okay, thank you. I'm really pleased that the Labour group are bringing this motion today, and congratulations to Councillor Parrott on his speech. Disability inclusion is something that organisations can always be doing much better on, so it's really great to see that this administration is committed to actively working on it. Back when committees existed, I was really pleased to be on the first Equalities, Community Safety and Human Rights Committee of this council term, when we voted through the Accessible City Strategy. It was a really important document which was developed early on in the previous Green administration and created in really strong partnership with disability groups and disabled people in the city. While I'm sure that strategy has had and is still having a positive impact, there's always room for improvement, and I have been contacted since the strategy was introduced about cases where it seems that the council may not have acted properly when it came to disability inclusion. In order for this accreditation to truly and meaningfully make a difference and not just be a tick box exercise, there needs to be true accountability across every area and all levels of the council. Work needs to be done not to just change policies, but to shift the culture, making sure inclusion is the default and not just an afterthought. That needs to be the case for current and prospective employees. As someone who has struggled with long COVID and works as a freelancer, I've received a range of reactions from employees to requiring even slight accommodations and have definitely lost work because of it. So I truly understand the difference that these sorts of approaches can make. It's great that we already have organisations in the city who are among the small number in the country to have achieved level 3 accreditation, and I hope the council will be communicating with them to share knowledge and learnings from the very start. The accessibility strategy was an example of what can happen when disabled people are centred in the decision-making that affects them. I would love it if Councillor Parrott or a Cabinet member could make a commitment today that they will ensure that right from the drafting of this initial report to Cabinet, disabled employees will be involved in every single step of this process, not simply consulted on after the fact, as far too often happens. Nothing about us without us is a frequent demand from marginalised communities for a reason. I think this commitment to becoming a level 3 disability competent leader has the potential to make real difference to people working here, and we're really keen to work with the administration in whatever way we can to ensure its success. By ensuring people are central to its implementation, I'm absolutely positive that it can be. We very much support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsmith. We look to our Conservative colleagues. Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When I read the headline, I thought this doesn't need a nom to progress it. Labour could just do it as they do everything else. running out of ideas, perhaps. However, then I started reading further on, and we do agree with the notice of motion. We do believe that having a disability can be very tiring, daily activities take longer, physical as well as many hidden disabilities can make coming to work a lot harder. But we would suggest that actually we go further and look at those with a disability. How do they get to work? How do they access work in itself? I mean, there are parking issues, weeds on pavements that make walking difficult if you're walking with a stick, or you're uncertain of your abilities to walk evenly. I think this is well done, but I do think that we should go further and find out how our staff are getting to work as well as getting home safely, because that is also important.
Thank you, Councillor Meadows. Councillor Oliveira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I look through the items, I thought, and my heart just jumped. I said, that's it. Labour is reversing the cuts on libraries. I'll tell you why. Because from their own health counts, and please do correct me if I'm wrong, libraries serve as a place where people with disabilities can go and get support for sensory needs, audiobooks, large print books, and so forth. 49% of people have health problems, comorbidities, and disabilities use library from different locations more than once a week. That's from the own council website. So it's my Christmas dream, a reality. Are they reversing the library cuts?
Thank you very much, Councillor Oliveira. Councillor Parrott, do you wish to respond to the debate? Oh, sorry, Councillor Earsley, far away.
Don't worry, I shall be brief. Thank you, Chair. We fully agree with this Labour norm and will certainly be voting for it. Taking this through to level 3 sends a strong and clear message of support to our disabled residents. We also hope this show of leadership will inspire other employers in both the public and private sectors to follow the same path, both locally and nationally. However, as we said earlier on, the non-mon AWACS law, we have to ask if there are going to be any adverse financial implications for our 2026 budget. So once again, we look to Councillor Taylor to assure this chamber there are sufficient resources to make this proposal deliverable, and it's not simply hot air to make us look good in the eyes of disabled, challenged and disadvantaged residents. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all.
Thank you, Councillor Earsley. Councillor Parrott, do you wish to respond to the debate?
I care very passionately about our employees. I also care very deeply about our residents. Change in the council will change how we see the world as we look at it from our institution out to our city. Many disabled people feel unseen, unnoticed and unimportant. They feel like they have to fight to be heard and included. This accreditation process won't change all of that in itself, but it is the start of a change process. It builds on a culture that not only encourages people to come forward, but actively starts to seek them, holding everyone to account and taking responsibility for engagement, process and communications. It will examine and question all aspects, but most importantly, we will have taken another step on the pathway of becoming a learning organisation, not standing on buzzwords, but genuinely walking the walk for the approximately 10% of all of our staff who identify as having a disability, but also for the 52,000 people who live in our city and who are registered as disabled. The motion proposes that Brighton and Hove City Council progress from our current status as a disability confident employer to undertaking the necessary and maybe difficult review and accreditation to becoming a disability confident leader. I ask you to vote for this request, that Cabinet debate and approve this motion early in the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parrott. The notice of motion has been moved and I shall put it to the vote. Can I ask for a show of hands? All those in favour? Wow. All those against? Any abstentions? I think that was unanimous, and what a lovely way to end. I'm now going to call the meeting closed. I wish you all an absolutely wonderful Christmas and a very happy New Year, and enjoy If I don't see you before, see you next year. Thank you.
Well done.